Alright, so are we live now? What else do I have to allow it to access? Stupid nonsense. Okay, so you can see this way. Okay, so you can see this way. Okay. You can see this way. Okay. Yeah, this'll do. Yeah, this'll do. Yeah, this'll do. If anyone's joining in here, first of all, sorry guys, I'm kind of new at this whole streaming situation, and this is a bit too important to be sitting and playing something else. So I'll be just putting on Hearthstone in the background because I can pause that stuff. My script is in one of my monitors, and the news feed is on another one. Oh boy, my wife is gonna kill me tomorrow. I was technically really supposed to just record my regular episode. Amazing. But we'll get to that. I think I'll start and set up Audacity too while we wait on this stuff. No, I have to. Okay, I see the live chat. And this time, if you want to communicate in audio with me, you're going to have to. I'm not sure I'm allowed to speak about that. So, okay, basically, I'm on a weird server thing, so So in case of whatever, you're probably just gonna have to write in the chat, but I'll be talking about this stuff. So weird. And this happens every time. I mean, when Prigozhin's thing happened, I mean, my regular listeners already know this, but the Prigozhin March happened on the day when I went to meet my now wife's family for the first time ever. Her family and friends and everything. And I just had dragged with me my laptop and recording material, and I spent the whole night with our Latvian's biggest celebration just working. And the Crocus act of terror also happened, so just mess. Can't stop having fun, I suppose. Let's see now. Warsaw Airport closed, but we knew that already. Apparently, some German special forces have now arrived and have just boarded a cargo ship called Scanlark in the Kiel Canal. It is reported that this is tied to possible spying in favor of Russia, obviously. There are constant updates about the drones. Oh wait, whoa, no. There's a bunch of updates about the drones in Ukraine, but I'm sitting here in one of their civil defense channels, and apparently in the latest update we can see that there are three active drones in the Volhynsky Oblast in the border with Belarus, and they're flying towards Belarus and or Poland. This is the second wave, which is just a bit scary, really. Okay, who updated? Okay, there has been an update from Poland just now as well, posted on a Ukrainian news site. Sadly, I can't read Polish, so let me check this. Oh, quote, on the orders of the operational commander of the Polish armed forces, weapons have been deployed and the services are actively working to determine the location of the downed objects. We emphasize that the military operation is ongoing and urge people to stay at home. The most threatened areas are the Podlasie, Mazowiece, and Lubelskie provinces. That's what they have just released in their statement. Could be more fun. I need 2 more of these. Oh well. What else do we have? Oh, Vatnik channel Zerguli also posted. No, that's just stupid nonsense. Yeah, this source from the news that is reported about the Polish statement, that's being repeated. So, quite likely that it's accurate and true. Doesn't make it much better though, but it is what it is. Okay, we have Vatnik reaction on this. Oh, I'm gonna have to read this stuff. This comes from Rybar. Rybar just posted their pretty big news network. Let me read that one for you. Oh, hello people. I just saw this stuff. How much happening is this? Someone fucked up, and I thought this was... Hello, call me this as well. Good morning. I saw this thing, and didn't think it was actually a big happening before, but then on other servers, one related to the crowd, someone posted up the updates about the airplanes, and like the same thing as in Prigozhin's case is happening. So they have three 254s in the air and one Ilyushin 96, the big long haul plane. So like Moscow elites have just taken to air and they're just circling around Moscow to see if something happens, which tells me that someone actually fucked up pretty bad somehow, that they're really afraid or something. So I really want to see how this plays out. I don't think we're going to be fucked up. But someone did something stupid, and it's less comfortable than many people would feel, basically. What we know for sure is that someone fucked up. We just have to know who and why, and you know, other details with this. And I'm playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds because that's my that's my stuff, which I do when, you know, I have to put something on the screen after all. But yeah, I'm actually reading your stuff. Yeah, those bomber things, like, basically strange things are going on, and I feel like I should be here because I've also seen a bunch of people posting news from various channels, which are like just being, let's just say, less selective about the info. Okay, but Rybar post. I have to read this one for you. Quote, this is Vatnik source, mind you. Although social media is abuzz with reports of airports in Warsaw, Rzeszów, and Lublin being closed down to unplanned military activity, the Polish Armed Forces Command is responding somewhat more calmly. Their statement makes no mention of dozens of drones flying towards Warsaw, offering only dry words about preventative measures to ensure the security of Polish airspace in response to Russia's massive strike on targets in Ukraine. Incidentally, no video of UAVs over Poland has appeared on the internet yet. That's a lie. I just saw one, but, you know, that's Rybar. Of course, they would say that there is none. Except for footage of Polish Air Force fighter jets flying overhead. Although it would seem that the swarm of Geraniums, yeah, they're the same thing as Shaheds, just Russian production, should have been filmed from several angles thanks to the characteristic sound of their engines. Yeah, I'm reading those reports. They exist. I'm literally, you know, on the... Well, now you can follow Russian disinfo, like, in real time, and that's how they work. Okay. As we have already written, the use of Polish airspace to attack targets in the so-called Ukraine is entirely possible. However, we would not be surprised if reports of a large group of Garanias flying deep into Poland are in fact the result of a broken telephone or even pure fantasy. I mean, of course, everyone else is lying. We never make mistakes. Or else, in the morning, we should be shown the wreckage of a pile of downed drones, which, by the way, Polish military just promised that they would be doing. But again, you know, never let such things as, you know, actual reality interfere with Vatnik delusions. Not healthy for you. Otherwise, it'll turn out that a large number of drones calmly flew into Poland, circled there in full view of the local Air Force and Air Defense forces, and flew on to carry all out their Ukrainian business. And they're mentioning Ukrainian business because obviously, you know, it's the classical fascist thing about the enemy being strong and weak at the same time. Amazing. That's Rybar for you. The only person actually being aggressive about this and not trying to, you know, saying that this is a Polish joke or something, is one of those Vatnik channels who's like very aggressive and related to Caucasus, call sign Ossetin. I just want to find, like, you know, I've been clicking all these, need to find him. Oh, here we go. There's one. Oh, I'll just make my move here. I need to buy more minions. Oh no. Geraniums have flown into the territory of Poland. Besides, there were a whole 7 of them. We can't understand for now what's going on there. Mostly it's just some random mistake or something. But okay, I need to translate this slang right now. But the butts of these kurvas are burning as they raised aviation. And the next post of this guy says, "Kurvas, what's with your face? You should return to the Russian Empire." From Kolsan Ossetin. Amazing. Also, another thing that happened was that I noticed that there has been a second wave of these drones. And that's just very strange. Normally that wouldn't happen. Oh boy. I'm sitting like in a bajillion Telegram channels. I'm waiting for people in Dugin's one to comment. Oh yeah, Ilmawa, I know they called to seek raid shelters. Let me check that original post because that part wasn't in the Ukrainian news channels. I don't read the Polish, so I have to check what they're writing about this mess. In that case, maybe we have some updates or edits. Fun times for everyone, literally. Oh, cool, that's nice. Let's take you. Oh wait, I need to get 2 more. You know what? I shall get 2 more. This might bite me in the butt, but yeah, but that would be helpful. Okay, let me see the original Polish source. Oh yeah, hey, hello. This is my channel. I am on Crowd. Please follow me on Blue Sky as well. I got banned from Twitter. I'm a Latvian journalist who's been working at this for I don't know, 13 years now. I make my show called Eastern Border. Been doing this for a long time, and also published for Foreign Policy magazine and whatnot. This is my YouTube channel, which I totally ignored for a while because I've worked in audio for 13 years now. I just decided to do this because, this has its own benefits. Easier this way. So yeah, I have to say thanks to Crowd for actually supporting me here because pretty difficult. We're used to this sort of stuff. Oh man, I have found the Polish text. Okay, let me go and check out the proper translation, just in case. Okay. Now we're gonna do what's called a stupid idea, but okay. The attention to air defenses, all that good stuff. Polish. Oh, they add that, the text that I can find that's actually from them is like this. Attention, on the night of September 9th and 10th, 2025, the Russian Federation is carrying out another series of massive strikes on targets located in Ukrainian territory. Yeah, those are ongoing. I read that in Lvov, there's a bunch of Lviv. There's a bunch of explosions going on there. That is true. In order to ensure the security of Polish airspace, the operational commander of the armed forces has activated all necessary procedures. Polish and allied aircraft are operating in our airspace, and ground-based air defense and radar reconnaissance systems have reached a state of high alert. These measures are preventative in nature and are aimed at securing the airspace and protecting citizens, especially in areas adjacent to the threatened area. The operational command of the armed forces is monitoring the current situation, and the forces and resources under its command remain on full alert for immediate response. That's what they're saying. I haven't seen any updates on people being told to go into hiding. But that might take some time. Interesting times, damn it. The sort of thing that you never really want to actually experience. Yeah, we can cast random spell. What else do we have going on here? Yeah, once it kind of quiets down, because it was like very quiet for a bit, then I will record my episode here. I'll just have to tune on Audacity. I have 13 pages of script, and I was supposed to do that. This one is about why I actually sit down and follow all these Vatnik channels, and about their own internal struggles and getting funding for them and everything. It's pretty long, and I also did my best because we're gathering these donations for the Ukrainian army unit. We're about halfway there. We need 5,500, and we're at 2,600. But I'm really shit at marketing, as you can probably tell. So yeah. And over here, by the way, it's 5:26 a.m. I have to figure out how to move Top Chat out there. I just recently learned how to use this OBS thing. I'm 36. It feels horrible to be old. But yeah, I've at least discovered how to do this 36 thing. Hey, well, that's nothing unusual. Normally I am faster than they are. And then also, so some of them are going to just ignore any reasonable sources and just get someone who's going to be waking up tomorrow morning to report on this too. No, but normally I have some complaints about some people. Okay, here we go. Do we have updates on a bunch of drones flying all over Ukraine now, but I haven't got an exact update on the situation in Poland. I will get that shortly. Oh, I can do this. More drones flying towards Kiev. Oh man, they're not allowing me to join their radar site, sadly. Let me check. They're just following Sumy district drones as well. Winged missiles in Sumy region from Tushek. But that's Ukraine part. Ukraine has really good this defense system. Oh shit! I just got a report from who is this? From the channel Nashi Novinki Ukrainy. Ukrainian news channel, who just stated that the The first group of cruise missiles in Ukrainian airspace. Preliminary, they were launched by Russian strategic aviation. I mean, that wouldn't be anything new, but that certainly escalates the whole situation a bit, don't you think? Then again, when I'll get to recording my episode, you'll understand why I believe why this is happening. Yep. More information about these winged rockets happening on Ukrainian channels. Oh, look, I died. What else? There was some good one. Someone's posting pre-setup news about evil Ukrainians striking Donetsk with rockets and such. Oh man. You can expect that the first news is going to be Lavrov or someone else just claiming that, oh no, they hit themselves and it's a horrible provocation. That's the traditional thing that I expect. Yeah, like I said in chat here, 5:26 a.m. Official results of visit in China. No. See, they also had their own massive scandal today since Roman Alyoshin, the guy that actually was in the official pool of these Vatnik war correspondents, he was caught on camera and about figuring out a scheme how to embezzle a bunch of money from Russian volunteers, and now that was the biggest scandal today. That actually happened after I finished my script and everything. So I'll deal with that, but it's a massive thing. Only a few Russian Vatnik channels have caught up onto this. Oh, we have all the rockets. Apparently, these winged rockets are in course to Poltava region, Poltavshina. Another rocket in Kharkiv district too. I guess they've saved up or something. Yep, third source claiming those winged rockets. Let me check proper wording here because that matters after all. Cruise missiles have been confirmed in Ukraine. Well, not the first time, but I mean, worst case scenario is that we're all gonna die in a massive nuclear fire, but nah, that's not gonna happen. But at that point, everyone, will just not care, I presume. Hey, I will also be rent-free very soon, but for, different reasons. My house, which we just acquired, 24 kilometers from the Russian border. So, why are you panicking? Ramzan Kadyrov has tried to kill me more than once and I'm alright. Well, mostly-ish. Out of all the assholes who have actually done horrible things towards me because of my work, I hate the guy called Michael Tracy the most because he got me banned from Twitter, and that hurt a lot of stuff. Oh, nice! Not a nice little information about what they are to do in Ukraine incoming. Threat of a massive strike. Information by region is updated every minute. Check yours. Kiev and the surrounding region. Southern regions Odessa, Mykolaiv, Kherson, Zaporizhia. Eastern regions Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Kryvyi Rih. Central regions Chernihiv, Zhytomyr, Sumy, Cherkasy, Poltava, Kremenchuk, Krivorad, Vinnytsia. Western regions Ivano-Frankivsk, Khmelnytsky, Volyn, Ternopil, Cherevnitsy, Rivne, Zakarpattia, and Lviv. Well, that's what Okay, this isn't something interesting again. Yeah, we're having some action here. Wow, unexpected to be honest. Let me just focus on that stuff. Let's aim high. Ahem. Apparently, already about 7 missiles are flying over Gaida Chinsumi region heading west. So it's worth following the alarms since they're not supposed to be used locally. Yep, rockets over Kharkiv confirmed. We're mostly worried if they won't fly towards, Poland. Because then Article 5 kicks in, supposedly. And that would be bad. I mean, that would be really bad for me, at least. And for everyone. Okay, they're flying somewhere in the Kharkiv district as well. But I wonder what's happening with the two geraniums or shaheds, how you would call them, that were recently found over Poland. That's a bit of a mystery. I wonder what Medusa's writing. Oh yeah, while you're here, by the way, Medusa, if you use that as a resource, be somewhat careful. Because the thing, I'm a member of Latvian Journalists Association, and I'm here, following and doing all the work here. Have to warn you that these guys, they don't have an ethics code since they're not a member of the Latvian Journalists Association, which allows, which means they don't actually have accreditation in Ukraine. They can't get it because that's a thing that you have to be a member of one of these associations, and they also don't have to disclose their income sources, which they shouldn't have any problems with, seeing that they're technically funded by listeners. In short, basically, they're acting very, very strangely. They are always acting in the sense that, legally speaking, they're doing fine, but, super shady. It was extra shady back when we got our first refugees who were from Pskov district, Russian journalists who were escaping Putin's regime. And seeing as Medusa is a Russian media source, Russian newspaper, Russian media, right? Well, one would expect that they would support their own countrymen. At least that's what I would think, or at least get their stories, since they claim to represent Russian opposition. But no, they showed no interest whatsoever on that stuff, and then there's been a lot of inaccuracies as well with them. So just saying, they are not as reliable as you might think. But do they cover anything on their site? Nope. Have to check Latvian site. Also nope. Yeah, it doesn't seem to me that the Vatnik who are right now, like in Kursk region and those other places near the front lines, those that I can know that they're there, right? I don't think that they are informed about this event. Meanwhile, Ukrainians report that there's about 20 cruise missiles, 20 cruise missiles in Ukrainian territory, and I have gotten reports about another type of rockets. The Caliber missiles are apparently involved in this situation. I'm gonna have to check out what they actually are, because I'm not exactly sure. I've heard of them, obviously, but let us look up Caliber missiles. Caliber missile. What is this? No, that's a long range Long-range cruise missile. Did you know that this thing can carry both conventional and nuclear armament? Amazing. Calibers have been fired nearby the Black Sea. All of Ukraine has missile alarms. Although I do have to say that missile alarms, they're scary. And they're, stressful, but you'd be surprised how quickly you get used to them. That's one thing that actually makes it less secure, because I've seen kids in Ukraine just, playing around these alarms. But having seen all this stuff, yeah, I'm surprised about how quickly we adapt to this stuff. And apparently a Latvian ambassador in Kiev just joined Telegram. That's interesting. Oh, American F-35s are in the Polish-Ukraine border. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm waiting for more news to come out from someone who was following that radar thing, which I sadly don't have access to, because if those guys will be running away, then then it will be the exact time when we can start worrying about stuff. In my show, we have a saying that happiness is mandatory, and I still stand by it. I mean, if we all blow up at one point, we probably shouldn't be doing that while being, negative. Although I don't think nukes are gonna do anything horrible. To be frank, if the Russians are going to fire nukes, I'm actually safer from those than a bunch of people out there. I think knowing their mindset and such, I think the number one thing that they would nuke is London, and then they would try to do something around Washington, but not like Washington, but around Washington D.C. in some sort of place that's not thickly, densely populated there. I'll finish up this one and then I'll actually start recording my episode. Man, I haven't slept for a while, and sadly I am no longer in my 20s. That is painful. I'm one of those very old people, and that is so scary, to be honest. I mean, life functions in the way that what did I just do? Oh no. Life functions in the way that you're 25 and everything's fine and dandy, and then boom, next day you're 30. And then you don't even understand, where did everything and everyone go? On the good side, you sort of kind of learn to just chill, even when talking about all this mess. Yeah, more caliber missiles. It's really scary though. I have to check how long. What's their flight time? I mean, if someone would start exploding from these missiles, I think that we would hear, right? Let me check. Operational range is, oh boy, pretty huge, 1,500 to 2,500 kilometers. Flight ceiling 1,000 meters. Flight altitude, maximum speed 0.8, 2.5, 3.0 Machs. Elmo, I'm gonna have to learn how to hunt deer. In that place where we just got our house, very deep countryside, when I was just taking a look at it, I saw a deer just 20 meters away from the whole building. I like countryside. You know, after doing all this coverage and everything, that's just something that you need. You need to be close to nature. I sincerely hope that someone actually reports about some place where they, land. Because I mean, then at least we'll know whether or not to do massive panic and such. It's like, hey kids, let's bet on whether or not we're all going to die tonight. Yay! I have to say thank you to my distant Ashkenazi ancestors for my cheerful attitude towards such things in life. Otherwise, I think this mess would not be exactly survivable. Oh wow, new groups of these rockets. Wow, there are about 30 of them, according to these reports. I mean, one scenario that could maybe be realistic is that the prayers of Maxim Kalashnikov have finally been heard, and they're going to strike the centers of decision making. And but in that case, they would have to overcome Patriot missile defense systems, about which, granted, I'm not that informed about. Any news about those F-35s? And I will check what's happening in the chat there. Oh boy, we have maps and everything. I remember that back in the day, my grandmother, who had survived through World War II, always just was saying, the most important part is that there would be no more war. That was her motto every day. And she also complained that during her time, she had to deal with a lot of sicknesses and that, all this influenza and everything. She passed away in 2014. And now we're like, Granny, I don't know what's happening here, but life's turned interesting. Glorious. I am not super excited about this being the new norm now, though. Did someone just spam me with something new? No. There are Vatnik channels who just already have started claiming that this is a Polish provocation. Let me see the map. Okay, a map is pretty weird. Things are going west. Okay. There's a new update. Up to 30 missiles in Ukrainian airspace and all still flying. Just whoosh. Which is the scariest part because they fly fast. And we need to, you know, if some get shot down or something, or they hit somewhere, at least we'd have something to confirm. Oh no, that's increased from 20 to 40 rockets. Amazing. Well, 30 is between 20 and 40 after all, but still. What can I put in the background here for you? I'll actually open up the Telegram window so that you can ping me in case. Oh yeah, more rocket updates. You can then just ping me in the chat if you're checking this out and seeing this, because yeah, again, I have to record my episode. I've been overworking on this, and that's a really good one. I'm gonna have to take breaks though, but hey, would love your feedback, and that's also relevant because that's about the current news in my very specific style. Hope that you like it, but yeah, it's related to this stuff, and that's something productive that I can use. What is it? Oh yeah, this chum bucket thing. I always get invited back into these channels that just try to sell drugs all over the place. I was in one because legitimate businessmen and smuggling stuff in Belarus. I'm talking flipper zeros for their gorillas, but since then that shit's messy. It's just pretty horrible. Don't worry, the authorities are informed and I'm fine. Just that. Okay, now I have to figure out how does I. Can someone please write in the chat about how do I capture a thing? Okay, I found this. Capture in a full screen application. No. Okay, how do I screen share in this one? Like I said, I'm an audio person. I've been at this for 13 years in the audio format, but OBS scares me. Alt F4. I mean, that will just close down the game, but what else? But then you're going to have a black screen, I presume. I'm talking about this. Okay, no, that wasn't it. Oh. It offers to. Yeah, they're flying. Rockets are flying into Vinnytsia Oblast, flying over the crossing of Kiev and Cherkasy. Oh, we have news that Donald Tusk confirmed that. Let us check him in English. Otherwise, this is going to be silly. Of course, he's doing this in. Well, cool. We've shot down something coming in from the west. Amazement. Oh boy. No, that moves this. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this there in the background. I can't manage this. I am too stupid, and everyone else in this household is just actually sleeping. Unless I can like open. What the hell is this even? I'm gonna have to learn how to do this better, I presume. Okay, we unlock that. And now this moves. Okay. Nice. I have. No, that's brow. What? No. There we go. Welcome to my weird screen. Let me check how this looks like. Yep. And now you can ping me. And I can just open up my actual script on my main monitor and not hate myself for making you stare at things. And here you can see the updates live. Okay. That's something new. Let me just double check the grammar here. 30-40 winged missiles of the caliber KH-101, 55 SM, and KH-5969 types. New ones continue to arrive as well. They're going all out, I suppose. And they're just transiting through. Maybe they're finally, people are saying that they're finally trying to, like, missiles are moving over Kiev. Have you ever thought what you would do if a Russian missile would actually strike Poland? I mean, with the drones at least, the Vatniks were able to say that, oh, this must be a provocation, but like, now we have missiles going out on there. Either they're just trying to fire the rockets to like, just actually hit some targets, or they have fucked up so bad that we should be worried. I hope it's the first one. Missile thing is happening, yeah. Testing NATO happens all the time. That's not the thing. Also, all this NATO testing. I mean, yeah, here's the caliber rocket here as well. Here's you. Oh no, that must be horrible. This is Rob's account on X because, again, I was banned twice. Oh, those are stupid spammers. And here is Alexander Dugin's channel, which is just creepy. Oh my god, look. And this is Alexander Dugin using AI to turn himself into a cartoon. Alexander Dugin argues that China produces only simulacra, exposing the West's empty claims to authenticity and revealing that true discernment belongs to the aristocratic spirit alone. I wish that was the only weird news here. Yeah, sadly, I have to use Facebook because that thing is still relevant in Latvia. Okay, we have some people claiming that they know the final. Like, look, if they're aimed at someplace Ukraine, possibly even. Nope, they continue to move through Cherkasy, Kiev, and Odessa region, general course westward. Now, I have a problem with westward situation here from Odessa, because on the west from there, which you're going to hit is, well, Transnistria, and then Moldova. I mean, if they would be absolutely. They're either trying to hit Ukraine's very, very, very far west, which hasn't suffered as much in the war, and thus kind of prove a point for Gerasimov's birthday, or, someone really fucked up. I can already say that if there's like 30, 40 missiles going on here, then the odds of someone fucking everything up just by the default, right, is quite high, actually. Since I'm actually quite doubting the fact that they can launch 30 missiles thing. Oh, we have reports of Moldova. I will open the other chat. Here we go. NATO can use doing nothing. Yes, well, That is true, and that's the whole weird thing about NATO and such. It's just that they, you know, I find it kind of strange when even NATO people are more concerned about super, politeness and everything instead of problem solving often. Let me just move this away. Is my sound okay? Okay, let's do the sound check then. Viens piecās 18. Yeah, my microphone is the same one as I guess everyone is using lately. It's the same Shure thing. And it looks super quiet in Audacity. I'm going to have to turn the volume up there. Well, my Moldovan relatives haven't called me yet, so... Okay, that's an interesting update. All the missiles are going west, and they're all going westward. Okay, I think that this is gonna end up with here we go. I think this is gonna end up with them just doing a, testing NATO and combining it with striking Lviv and the western regions, which are really, more they have more hatred of Ukraine than the average Estonian, and that's saying something. But yeah, I mean, it is Gerasimov's birthday, and these guys are petty assholes to the level that I find even hard to believe. So I wouldn't be that surprised if that was their goal. Especially seeing how Moldova is over there. Okay, now, yeah, they're still moving westward. They're loud when they fly forwards towards you, but again, strangely enough, you sort of get used to that. Just that later, and it causes issues. When I was visiting Texas for my honeymoon with my wife, I visited a roller coaster for the first time ever in my life, and that was in Six Flags over Texas, and they had like a tornado alarm going on there because, yeah, of course I managed to be there when the hailstorm and rain actually happened. The problem is that their tornado alarm sounds exactly like these missile alarms in Kiev. And that's not exactly nice. Okay, they're still flying over there. I'm going to turn on Audacity and do my recording things because, doom scrolling in Telegram would be stupid. You might as well enjoy a live episode thing. Oh, yeah, and I'll also be answering your questions. So, I normally don't do this. I have 13 pages of script, which I've worked for. Hey, maybe some of you who haven't listened to the show previously, maybe you'll enjoy this. Oh yeah, and by the way, I hope that you don't get too angry. I don't know how to make thumbnails and such, but we'll work on it. Okay, is the sound on? Yeah, this is much better. Greetings, comrades, and welcome to the Eastern Border. And welcome to everyone who's watching this on YouTube, because I'm recording this as I am staring at the news about the war, the whole weird situation with Poland and missiles, and it's a bit crazy. But I decided to combine things because I'm overworked anyways, so, well, here we go to those of you who are just listening to this. And yeah, you can maybe check out the stream and YouTube as well if you want to hear me ramble about that situation as well. And this will be interrupted with those news too. Interestingly enough, I had to deal with other problems previously today. For starters, I got angry emails about our recent content on what we've been doing here in the change of format, and someone told me that my Gonzo style is just AI and nothing else. And then I thought, well, you know what? My native language isn't English, so I might as well try it. Asked Gemini for some advice on metaphors and maybe to make it more snarky. And you know what? that kind of made me feel happy, at least for a bit. You see, Gemini responded on my request with, quote, I can't create content that adopts the voice of Spider Jerusalem, a gonzo character known for extreme profanity, cynical humor, and aggressive language. This is because generating such content would violate safety policies against creating material that is hateful, harassing, or promotes violence. The user's request to create a script in this specific style is directly at odds with these guidelines. I mean, on one hand, wow, that's a lot of corporate control. On the other hand, I love it when AI says that it's literally legal for it to do things that I do. But hey, I at least tried, but trying to manage this, if there are any errors or I might have to, explain something, the people currently in the YouTube chat, they'll probably fix me. But overall, this is the 4th year of the war. 4th goddamn year of the war. And, well, I'm still stuck in this digital swamp, this fetid cesspool they call the Z space. And now, with this stream, now more than ever. And this is a question that I ask myself and I get asked often. Why do I keep wading through this muck, sifting through all this lies, bluster, and lack of brain power, emotional wreckage of a nation at war with its own goddamn conscience? But they do have an answer for you here. That's a pretty simple one. And it's a punchline to this joke that no one really is laughing about these days. See, these pro-war zealots, these Z-Vatniks, whose comments we're waiting here about the whole Poland and missiles affair as well, they're not exactly what you'd call reliable or honest even. They're a propaganda machine, churning out their own very particular brand of bizarre hate, and you'll get fine examples that almost broke me later on here. But here's the thing. The one twisted, glorious thing that makes them worth my time. They're in the ground. They are the guys doing actual fighting. They've got sources with dirt under their fingernails and mud on their boots, and they actually believe in something, unlike Solovyov. Oh, and for those of you who don't know, Margarita Simonyan, the other super evil, hateful propagandist, yeah, she apparently has cancer. Sadly, the kind that can be treated, because she's one of the very few people whom I actively would wish ill upon, but you can't have everything. But yeah, these guys, they believe in stuff, and, they're the only ones trying to actually regulate the input of truth in Russian society. They're the only ones telling the stories that, while the Russian state-run TV is actually too chicken shit to run and to touch with a 10th of pole. This whole Z phenomenon, you see, this whole Z space, this sprawling mess of information, it was born out from a just pure-out lie. A national-scale lie so big it couldn't be contained by the gilded cages of Kremlin. See, the whole situation with the war was that back in February 24th, 2022, millions of Russians actually finally woke up and realized that TV was lying to them, since they saw this straight up. Konashenkov was a liar and still is. Shoigu was a liar. Oh yeah, except Putin. Putin is czar and more holy than all the boyars combined. The true believers, they've always kept him on a pedestal. And if he said something batshit crazy, well then it's the bad boyars to blame, obviously. So, this Z space, who got angry about the fact that everyone's lying to them, decided to take matters into their own hands. They're the inverse of the state machine. The state's propaganda in Russia is a top-down authoritarian sermon from up high. This Z shit, that's pure grassroots, right? This is messy, ugly, bottom-up corruption. The truth, or at least a jagged sliver of it, bubbles out from the muck. People behind these channels are a motley crew of soldiers, current and former, some still on the front lines, some are already warm food, others are missing limbs. They're walking wounded, some are priests, medics, volunteers, all of them are basically swimming in the same polluted pond. And today, well, there's a scandal out there, as I said before I pressed the record button. One of them, Roman Alyokhin, who was in the Kremlin's actual big pool of accredited journalists, yeah, he was caught embezzling tons of money, so that's a bit of an issue. But for the most part, they have a direct line to the guts of this war. A connection foreign press and even independent Russian outlets can only dream of. It's a pipeline of basically raw and filtered data. Well, it's mixed with sewage, but, I'm here in Eastern Europe and I can pretty much take it. You get the one version with a tiny little powdered sugar on top because Not sure you would be able to consume it fully raw. So, this is how I think we can get a good context to these insane pronouncements of the powerful in the Kremlin. You want to know what it really means when Trump talks about Ukraine or Putin uses about taking Sumy? Well, Z channels reflect the view of the people doing the fighting. And one of the cases here that serves as an example. And yeah, I normally would talk a bit clearer, but now I have to watch Vatnik News as well, and it's a mess and it's early morning. Proper gonzo journalism. Well, anyways, you can take the Timur Ivanov, the former deputy defense minister. He's now sentenced for theft. To the state, he's a thief. To the Z channels, he's a personal fucking goddamn enemy. They see him as the reason the war is such a clusterfuck. Because, of course, you have to blame some boyars. A Russian Ka-52 helicopter pilot named Alexei Voyevoda, who's a Z channel otter, one of these Telegram channels, and he has about 60,000 subscribers. Some of them have over 1 million, which is crazy. Well, he spewed his rage about it thusly, and I find it interesting. Quote, "It was thanks to the people like Ivanov, these Timurkas, that we met the war like combat bombs." By the way, translating software translated this to fighting homeless persons, but yeah, in the original Russian, it's combat bombs, and more accurate this way. Not only did they steal everything, they also fucked with our brains, saying that everything is wrong with us. How the fuck is it wrong? How? We'll continue being about these combat bombs. Almost everything we have was given to us by people. 80% of what we have was given to us by volunteers. Miserable combat bombs who steal everything indeed. See, the Russian army is still running on volunteer donations in the 4th year of the war because Ministry of Defense is, well, utterly fucking useless. They can launch missiles or they can fuck up with them. We don't know yet, but we'll find out by the end of the episode. I hope at least. Another comment on this is the channel Philologist in Ambush. He's often a guest in various Vatnik YouTube channels, and they exist a lot. Like Russian Federation Communist Party's official channel still runs in its 10th iteration. You just don't care. But this guy cites a monologue by a political officer from an actual fighting unit who talks about what influences the morale of a Russian soldier today. What's necessary for them. Well, this whole mess is the full list of what's going on and how they're supplied. Quote, "Decent material and technical support, which concerns absolutely all items. Food, clothing, armor, helmets, drones, all of the drones, electronic warfare systems, drone detectors, fuel and lubricants, small-wheeled vehicles, light vehicles, smoothbore weapons with cartridges on them to hunt drones, office equipment, socks, generators, and so on. So far, 100% of the above is either supplied by humanitarians and volunteers or purchased with personal funds of military personnel." Oh, and let me tell you that, again, recently there has been a catastrophic decline in the volume of collections, but I'll explain why. Meanwhile, Vovochka, that's the proper abbreviation for Putin, by the way, who loves to talk about the strongest army and really likes to screw patriotism, well, his understanding of it, in the ears of Russians, hardly knows about those very realities on the ground, as the Vatniks say. Like I've mentioned many times in the past in other episodes, by now he's utterly detached from reality. To learn more, by the way, I highly recommend watching YouTuber Perun here. A while ago, he made a long analytical video about how corruption ruins armies, and I genuinely appreciate his Australian wit. That's mixed with actual analytics and, economy and data points and all that stuff, which Vatniks themselves call fighting on credit. I've spoken about this before, but the system, how it works right now in the Russian armed forces, and why Putin thinks that they're totally winning, is that, you send a unit of 3 to 5 people. You can't send more, and 5 is a lot already. Normally it's like 2-3 people to kind of crawl through a forest and avoid the drone fire. Special orders are also given that, the pictures, pictures of planting flags for reports also is just a thing where someone just runs into village, waves flag, runs away. But, they force everything to appear that they have some control over some area. And sometimes it's like if they control a single house in the outskirts of a village, they'll type in their reports that the whole village has been taken. And so everywhere, all the time, all at once. And another side effect of this is that, at one point they have to take the territories but they can't call in for artillery support or any other, detachment that's not exactly theirs for support. But that's not a problem. They have a lot of alcoholic Russians who are useless anyways, as stated by their own government. So it just goes up and up, and eventually I think that Putin news, don't care about them right now. Well, eventually you get to the point where Putin is being told that Russia is just destroying 15,000 HIMARS per day and that they're just super successful. Obviously he doesn't want to negotiate. But the issue here is in the money. Again, I've made plenty of economy episodes here, but, money, they say, is an ocean. At least in Russia it is. A bottomless pit of cash. See, I remember a joke which I was told to by a listener of the show when I was visiting Bosnia and Serbia. And it's about how a Russian corrupt official goes to China and sees that the Chinese counterpart of the bureaucracy, he's living in a very nice house, has a couple of cars, and is like living a very good life. And the Russian official is just checking in on him and saying, well, how can you afford this? Your salary is just, way lower. You shouldn't be able to afford this. But the Chinese bureaucrat says, do you see this road? 10%. 2 years later, a Chinese official comes back to Russia and sees like a ginormous mega castle, five cars, and whatever Ramzan Kadyrov is up to. Because if you Google up Ramzan Kadyrov's boots, that's what we're talking about here. And the Chinese official is just stunned. I mean, that he hadn't seen that much insane wealth ever. So he asks his Russian counterpart, what the hell, dude? And the Russian counterpart says, but I learned from you. Look outside the window. Do you see that road over there? And the Chinese official just stares out and sees just nothing but forest. And the Russian official turns to him and says, look, 100%. And that's actually how it goes. But where does the money go? Well, obviously not to the grants on the front. It goes to producing equipment that's already obsolete. Oh, and I have to respond to the YouTube chat. At one point, I think in 2020, there were news that a Russian official had stolen 20 kilometers worth of asphalt, like a whole road. It's crazy. Like, if you're interested in this stuff, you can just listen to my older episodes. There's a lot of stories from this area. But yeah, about the funding and the equipment. All this goes to building fantasy weapons like the much-hyped Armata tank. It never made it to the front because it was too expensive. One thing that you might not know is why it was so expensive. Yeah, they to steal more budget and embezzle more cash, they even included a toilet inside the tank cabin. Yeah, that would be the only tank ever that would have this thing in there. And now it's just ridiculously expensive. It doesn't work. Amazing. Obviously, the Z community went toe-to-toe with Rostec CEO Sergei Chemizov over his new floating armored vehicle, the BT-3F. They pointed out the devastating detail that it's hopelessly inferior to the American Bradley, a tank that's been in service since 1981. And a self-proclaimed military expert, Vladislav Shurigin, author of the Ramzai channel, wrote the following about this, quote, and as a result, a logical question arises. Why does the army need a machine costing millions of rubles which has managed to become hopelessly outdated even before it entered service? Is this really all that domestic design thought has created in 3 years of the special military operation? Or is it still a question of mastering, well, technically it's pilic, stealing money from the military budget? And, let me just answer to you guys. Obviously it is so, and sometimes I'm just curious about their naivete. But I have to do something that I hate doing, that's a bit marketing, but not for me. We have our own needs, and this is for the Revanche Groom's armored vehicles. If you haven't listened to the previous episodes or haven't spotted them, yeah, we're collecting for armored trucks for these guys. We have collected $2,646.42. We have still ways to go. We need $5,500. Let's try a bit harder. And I thought, might as well inform you about these guys. After all, that's a unit, and you should probably know who these guys are. See, this tactical group, that's a unit of the main directorate of the intelligence of Ukraine, and they were formed as a Revanche battalion on February 28th, following the invasion. The unit initially consisted of several volunteers who had taken up arms to defend Ukraine, as well as former Special Forces veterans from the time of war in Donbass. And oh boy, I know a thing or two about Donbass. I managed to smuggle myself in there to visit Donetsk for 2 days. That was scary. But these guys, they were first deployed to Kyiv Oblast in March 2, 2022, immediately to fight back against the Russian occupiers who were advancing upon the capital. They saw action in the Battle of Hostomel and in the surrounding areas where they helped to halt the advances. On March 28th, the battalion's reconnaissance unit liberated the village of Rudinsk in Kyiv Oblast. They also participated in the liberation of Sumy Oblast in April 2022, as well as Kharkiv Oblast. A bunch of villages there. In July 2023, the unit was expanded in the Revenge Tactical Group and began to urgently recruit new members. A year later, the unit would find themselves deployed to the city of Chasiv Yar, with the commander Bogdan Hodanovsky reporting that the unit was defending and preventing Russian forces from crossing the Siversky Donetsk-Donbass Canal. Great guys. There's obviously links right now in the description that will be all over the place when I publish this as an audio version. And we'll get back to them. They're badass, but they need your help to continue being that way. So please do help them out while I return to tell you more about, well, why I've decided to dedicate myself to scouring the wastes of this mental Chernobyl. Putin's system kind of works like these RKKM reactors on pure stupidity sometimes. Because you see, besides all these weird news and successes and all this mess, where they just waste money, they have a second area of expertise. Channel 1, how it's called right now, used to be just called Ostankina. Well, that one controls the official version. And I see that we have some Polish missile news. I'll get to that. I'll just find a logical place for it to stop on this. We'll be reading those after this is done. And yeah, excuse me, dear people who are listening to this in audio format, but I have run out of hours in the day for my work. I'm gonna have to try to work tomorrow as well for other material in Latvian. But yeah, ever present on this channel and other Russian mainstream sources, there is this official narrative. The one dripping with false victories, the one that Konashenkov writes. The head of Luhansk People's Republic claims the entire territory is liberated. The Z channels are the first to call bullshit, listing the villages where the fighting is still raging. And sometimes they argue against this first channel because, well, someone of them managed to spot that earlier they could claim 100%, but a couple of months later they claimed 97%, so they were a bit confused about the missing 3%. I guess that too can evaporate. Places like Novoyegorovka, which is officially liberated in air quotes here, last fall, well, that's still under Ukrainian control, at least up until the point where I was researching this stuff. And all the stories of pure, unadulterated lawlessness, yeah, the Chechen soldiers marauding their own stuff, well, they're everywhere. In Telegram, that is. A Chechen soldier, at one point in one of these cases, was stopped by military police without license plates. The cop was polite, asked questions, all of this was on dashcam. And, well, this resulted with him being punched in the face while his armed buddies watched and laughed. Why? Because, normal people have rules in Russia, soldiers don't have them, officers don't have them even more, and then there are Chechens. It's like a massive mess, and they filmed this, and they put it on YouTube and TikTok and everywhere. Obviously, Z channels lose their minds, and this is shown nowhere. Because the perpetrators, Chechens, always get away with it, like Kadyrov's family always does. Author of the Soldier of Fortune channel says that they're bearded assholes with an accent. And he sarcastically predicted some official would call them heroes of Russia. And of course, the commander of Akhmat Legion, General Aptia Lodinov, obviously jumped to their defense in a video full of righteous anger. Of course, there were a ton of Soviet prison slang involved, and everybody on the Vatnik side was promptly declared to be a petuch. For those of you who don't know, that's the untouchable caste of that very specific Soviet prison culture, which I've talked about previously on many occasions. However, such insults, we're used to them. They used to be taken absolutely seriously previously, especially by the Bratva and the organized crime. because not vehemently and extremely violently denying such accusations meant that you kind of implicitly agree to being called a petoch, and a proper mujik is only ever allowed to use his legs and wooden objects to beat these guys up lest he become one, but that part seems to be ignored. You know, the uneasy part where they have to actually give a shit. The Z author, Alex Parker, who lives in Canada, mind you, one of these people who likes to live in the West while being fanatically religious about Russia, but we'll get to that in a bit. With a hunter's eye for detail, however, in this speech noticed Apyelodinov's watch. A solid gold Badolier Observatory. I have shit pronunciation in this. Anyways, it was made in 1872 and was worth $320,000. Journalist Dmitry Sheshchin did the math. That's 142 drones, a week's worth of losses for a regiment. A perfect metaphor for the insanity going on there. The guys who are up there on the front lines, they wear powerful... They wear all this shit like status symbols, while everyone else, yeah, they're just peasants who are there to die. Let's just remember the Kadyrov shoes, who cost about 10,000. And each such story, and since the beginning of the war there have been at least dozens, provokes an extremely harsh reaction from the official military and the powers that be in Russia, and precisely because these perpetrators always escape punishment, and they want to continue to do so. So this Soldier of Fortune channel writes in full, despite all my negative attitude towards the traffic cops, but here you can see fucking bearded bastards with an accent. Now we are waiting for some high-ranking person who will say that these were heroes of Russia who were on a mission to destroy the Ukrainian Special Operations Forces, and the evil military aviation is just holding them back. And this, to be honest, is actually far from the harshest takes on this topic. One of these authors, and this wasn't Desharga Rusic, but I think it was Trinacity, the 13th, that would be pretty normal. Yeah, but they openly speak about the final solution to the Chechen issue. And this, by the way, where it gets truly interesting. But before that, I have to poke Kraut's channel here. I'm gonna have to cut this one out from Audacity, though. You can pop in. I am commenting on this. Doing 3 things at once while overworked is a pretty rough patch. Let me just cut out from the Audacity this weird segment. But because I understand that my dear listeners will endure. Now we are waiting for some high-ranking person who will say that these were heroes of Russia who were on a mission to destroy the Ukrainian Special Operations Forces and the evil military aviation. Is just now we are waiting for some high-ranking person who will. Yeah, if someone says to you that doing actual journalism holding them back, and this, to be honest, is actually far from the harshest takes on this topic. Okay, I'll continue from the harshest takes on the topic. Yeah, that's the whole issue there. A lot of people choose to basically just presume that every one of us is doing the silly thing, but I too could have been making videos and material about, say, horse racing or dog shows. But no, I'm the one with some respect for my profession, and so here we are. Pressing the record button again. Now you see how the sausage is made. Oh wait, before I do that, I'm actually gonna do something for you. Let me see about the missiles. Zhytomyr got hit by the missiles en masse. So let's check and confirm. Yeah, Zhytomyr was hit. Ivo-Frankivsk. Non-rocket is on way to Vinnytsia. Oh, 2 majors. Oh dear Lord. Okay, people who are watching this. Okay, yeah, 2 majors is one of the biggest channels. I'm not recording this for the episode. This is just for you so that you know how things are. There are 2 nice little early channels from this asshole dude that you can see. Oh dear Lord. that thing had sound, I nearly never click on random Vatnik videos. Anyway, what they're advertising here is, quote, just recently we attended the 2025 Voice of the Front Festival, and thanks to all of you, took second place. And then they praise the atmosphere and everything, and they say that they feel just like home with mom. I mean, look at this. This is how they exist there. And at the same time, they're claiming that in Novorossiysk, apparently Ukrainian water drones are striking. That's normal these days, I suppose. Okay, we saw that one video. Well, thankfully we don't see any rockets in Ukraine, but I still do believe we're going to see at least one. They can't really ensure that everything's going to go smoothly. Oh, but they're continuing on westward. Crazy. Well, there's still a nice little chance that we're all gonna, explode and die. Glorious. And now we can get back to recording the episode. Oh, man. The things I do for my work. You know what? Another little complaint that won't make the episode. In the early days of the war, a person that I considered one of my friends who actually advertised me on his show, and that's how I actually managed to get this big. At least that was my first push. And that's besides Dan Carl, and history guys know that he's my mentor, basically, and I started because of him. But I got like some widespread recognition and in the podcasting sphere because of Daryl Cooper, no less. He mentioned me in one of his very early episodes about Israel. And when the war started, he invited me over to talk about the war, and I tried to apply facts and logic, and only like in the middle of the conversation understood that he's somehow pro-Russian, which he continues to be. Amazing. And they also put that stuff behind paywall, but you can find this nonsense on my webpage. And that's not the shitty part. I can fail to explain things to these people. The really shitty part is that like he's been on Tucker Carlson's show and making insane amounts of money just because he's hateful and angry and just says things like it is while he's just doing bullshit. Then again, I can sort of understand the rest of this mess, so I'm not trying to be like edgy here on purpose. It's just that doing actual work, not very efficient. If you want to make actual money, you have to literally sell out your soul and do horrible things to your mental integrity. But sadly, I was reading a lot of Transmetropolitan and Hunter S. Thompson books when I was growing up. See, don't be actually responsible in these cases. It's much, much better to do some other work. Then you can go to sleep and not worry about this mess. But I digress. But yeah, I'm just pulling off a side tangent because we're getting closer to the part of this episode, which really caused me and my buddies here who listen to this with me some massive pain, because we'll be exploring the hardliner religious beliefs and how they tie into the holy war against Ukraine, and that was pretty painful. But let's just get to there and update the audience that just will listen to this on the audio first. Now we are waiting for some high-ranking person who will say that these were heroes of Russia, who were on the mission to destroy the Ukrainian Special Operations Forces, and the evil military aviation is holding them back. And this, to be honest, is far from the harshest of the texts on this topic. One of the authors even spoke about the final solution to the Chechen issue. That, by the way, included not only the Shergar Rusic, but others too. But here's where it gets truly interesting. The Z community, a pack of rabid statists who cheer on new repressive laws against their own ideological enemies, they suddenly have found themselves in the crosshairs, and Igor Girkin was just the first one. These guys supported the ban on fakes about the army and the persecution of anyone who didn't toe the line, be it Navalny's supporters, ethnic and religious minorities, LGBT folks, and the like. Those lists are going to be a future episode, by the way, because some things I can understand, but for one, they've also put in International Baccalaureate in there. Yeah, this is the organization that does the IB classes in prestigious schools based in Sweden. It's school education. I mean, some things are just utterly illogical there, so I think that might be fun. But right now, imagine this. They are the ones howling about the state, threatening to trample their own freedom. At this point, we've reached the point where Vatniks are talking about Orwell's 1984 and the Gulag. And they, guess what, are suddenly worried about a totalitarian state. They're freaking out about two government initiatives there. First, a national messenger, which is going to be called Max. They know how this shit works. If the state wants everyone on a single messenger, it's going to ban the apps people actually use. Like Telegram, obviously. And they're shockingly, hilariously realistic about the state's incompetence. They know Max will be a piece of junk, insecure and unusable, just like RooTube was. As one of them, the author of Soldier of Fortune, also nicely put it, yeah, he's one of the cool ones. We don't need your Max for shit. The main fear, obviously, is the death of Telegram, as those watching this on YouTube can assess. They're very active there. It's the nervous system of the war, the one thing holding their battlefield communications together. Pavel Durov, the guy who created this, was called Chief of Communications for the Russian Armed Forces. I think it was Rybar who said that. They know that the state hates Telegram because it's a platform it can't fully control. They try, but not yet. It's a place where they think a kind of new civil society is forming. One that is brave enough to ask inconvenient questions. Because once again, these guys believe that they're going to conquer Ukraine and do genocide there, and that'll magically fix all their problems. Question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. But that is scary on its own. See, the million-strong volunteer channel Two Majors formulated the complaint most succinctly. Attempts to replace the same godforsaken YouTube with RooTube have led to nothing. RooTube statistics for the bosses are clearly being filled by stupidity, uploading pirated films there. Oh yeah, if you go to RooTube, you can probably just type everything you want to watch in search, and they don't have this pesky authorship rights and everything. Because at this point, they can't watch them in cinemas anyway, so it's not YouTube, but RooTube exists. Most of friends of this Two Majors channel, again, I'm very sorry, I haven't slept for 2 nights because of all this mess and working on this stuff. I will probably do this episode better next time, but it is what it is. You're at least getting real journalism as it happens. Most of Two Majors' friends already have VPN. Reports, money, beautiful reports at the top, in short. These guys hope that by the end of the war, they won't even think of trying to suppress Telegram. How are communications interactions organized at the front? In zero ways, and let me remind you that there was a guy called Moores who literally offed himself while trying to organize them in some sort of meaningful way. And then came the other shoe, a law to fine citizens for just searching for extremist information. I mean, technically speaking, if you're in Russia and are listening to this or watching this on YouTube, yeah, that's totally illegal. The Z-loggers who use VPNs to read Ukrainian channels and Western press for military intelligence, well, they're obviously terrified. It would be kind of like, some security services would put me in jail for just keeping this tab open. They know this is a way for the Russian state to crush any dissent back from the Soviet era, to label anyone an extremist. It's a move, as they wrote, that's a powerful uppercut to intellectualism. However, that's pretty brave from one of these guys to call anything that they do with this word intellectualism. Now, it would seem, in a way, questionable, because why should the author who is loyal to this Russian state be indignant? Well, the answer is pretty simple. You see, Z-loggers have also lived in Russia, and for a long time. And they understand that a fine is usually followed by a criminal case, and the vagueness of the wording essentially gives the state people the opportunity to extend the effect of repressive laws to everyone, including the patriots themselves. In Soviet era, that was the 58th article of the Criminal Code, which was sabotage, wrecking, and doing things harmful to the proletariat, in short, basically. There was this saying, there's a person, we'll find the criminal case for him. Nothing really has changed. And the thing is, they only started to care, well, when this started hitting them too. They're starting to see the monster they helped create. They're quoting Orwell out of all these places. One of them, Roman Alyoshin, yeah, exactly just before the day that he was caught on embezzling volunteer funds, right? He just asked in response to all of this a question, I think probably one of the most pointless, pathetic questions of all. Where did we go wrong? Now, I do have to state that that's some sort of mystery for the ages. An enigma to the levels of squaring the circle, cold fusion, Voynich manuscript, and, well, of course, losing socks to washing machine. And to be honest, I was thinking about making a joke here, or adapting an Odessa Soviet era political joke, as just answering yes or everywhere. Yeah, that's a bit trite and banal. But then I kind of realized the actual answer. See, when they closed down the last actually satirical political show Dolls on NTV back in 2004, since then no comedian ever has made any Putin jokes on TV. No comedy is allowed when you're on a zealous fascist crusade and everything is taken as super extra serious. Okay, wait a second here. I'm gonna pause for this text because we have apparently breaking news that I just saw on Discord. That's a no way, though. I must confirm this. No. We're gonna have to check on mainstream news. I am being told on Discord that Poland apparently sorry about that. Oh, stupid Latvian news sites. That Poland apparently has activated Article 5, which I find very strange because that's a loud claim to make, though. Oh, wait, that's in context. Let me just read you the whole thing here. Quote, Operational command of the Polish armed forces. As a result of today's attack by the Russian Federation on Ukrainian territory, an unprecedented violation of Polish airspace by drones occurred. This is an act of aggression that has posed a real threat to the safety of our citizens. On the orders of the operational commander of the Polish armed forces, defensive procedures were immediately initiated. Oh, that's the full text of what he posted over there. Well, they have to show some crashes, otherwise Vatniks won't believe them. Then again, they won't believe them even after they show them the crashes, but, well, at least Poland is taking it seriously. Then again, out of all the countries possible doing some bad things to Poland, might be probably the dumbest thing ever. But then I kind of realized the actual answer. Now I'll get back to the part where I was talking... Super extra... Where I cut down to this? Yeah, this I find sometimes weird with Discord channels because... No comedy is allowed when you're on a zealous fascist crusade and everything is taken as... super extra serious. Crusade and everything is taken as... Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is why I want to sit in these news, because otherwise I'm pretty sure that someone will see this stuff posted on Crowd's Discord, and then they'll take it at face value and won't read stuff, and it's going to be pretty nasty. We don't want this stuff. So, don't panic, it's going to be fine. But let me just continue with this, because once again, you'll understand so much more about why this is just the perfect norm over there. It's taken as... Everything is taken as some sort of super extra ultra serious matter of religious importance. See, currently the only thing that they have is something called Urgant Show, and that is like John Oliver but even less funny. Someone wrote to me ZPP in danger, Chris. Zaporizhzhia, you mean? Okay, taking a break here. I'm gonna have to cut back on this part. Okay, what do you mean by ZPP? Link in Discord. Okay, I will check the link in Discord. Oh boy, I'm pretty. Everything is taken as some sort of super extra ultra serious matter of religious importance. Cool. I found the space from which I have to cut out the rest. I will now check Discord and comment for you guys who are not on Discord. So let's see now. What's the link about danger and who posts what? Telegram wants me to open their app. I kind of don't want to. Oh, Zaporizhzhia power plant. Yeah, I have a story about that one too. I spoke about this on the show back when I was there with Victor and such. But because apparently when we were going there to film around it, there were like some people were missing on the checkpoints. And well, we managed to get to the place where it literally crosses over and like you can see the power plant over the water. And we're just trying to film from there, and then just from a trench ahead pops up, being very confused about what we're doing there because it's totally illegal. Well, we managed to do everything safely and neatly, but yeah, the guys who were supposed to be on the checkpoint, I think they ran into a bit of trouble. But Zaporizhzhia power plant, well, see, that's the thing. You can't really do, like, the worst that they can do is make a leak. Power plants are safe these days to the point that won't cause a nuclear explosion. That might cause pollution in a lot of cases. Then again, you know, they have done so before with the dam, which I also visited, and that was rough. However, to be honest, okay, if something happens there, then at least that would explain the utter dumbness. Because I remember that back when, again, on the same day Prigozhin was doing his own rolling thing, I remember that there was a massive warning from the White House happening on the same evening, warning them about, anything happening, anything nuclear related happening. Do we have drunk Gerasimov doing all this mess? I don't know. I think. Well, look. If something actually hits it, don't worry. Nuclear power plants are much safer than they used to be. It's gonna be a mess, and it's gonna look really, really bad. But we have a video here. What is this place? Yeah, if you're in YouTube right now, you can see on my desktop a video from missile strike, and that's Vinnytsia after a Russian missile strike. We're still waiting from Russian military administration. Although I do have to say, Trucha Ukraine channel, that's not what you do. For example, me for my accreditation, I had to wait about these things a couple of hours, so that might not be actually a real one. Meanwhile, Zergulio, a Vatnik channel posts pre-canned posts. Oh man, there's going to be a lot of catching up for everyone else on this subject. Oh well. Oh, something new by... Oh, well, that's funny. Tusk apparently just stated, quote, an operation is underway in connection with repeated violations of Polish airspace. Military has used weapons. I hope this is not the older quote. He's in the constant contact with the president and the Minister of Defense, and apparently he's received a direct report from the commander of the operation. Well, I mean, to be honest, okay, let's talk realistic here in case of all this mess happening. I remember, as I've been following this war since day one, right? I think what could happen in the worst case scenario is what Igor Girkin, Strelkov, predicted would happen but didn't, because he planned on Russian army advancing way faster and being way more competent. However, he stated that their advance could be stopped if Poland would enter and occupy part of Ukraine themselves, what he calls occupation, basically serving as border guards and claiming that if you want to this part, then you can like fight. It's a whole mess because Russians truly believe that Poland wants to conquer half of that stuff and all this mess. But the idea of Polish soldiers going in and doing all the rear tasks, like not actually going to the front lines and fighting, but serving in the stockpiles and doing everything else the military needs to do in wartime, which is not fighting related, I think that could be a realistic scenario. If Donald Tusk and everyone else is, very Europe-minded. Because I can tell you straight up, this is going to be in Polish newspapers, and there's going to be a massive wave of people who are going to claim glory to winged hussars. That Sabaton song is going to be playing all over the place. Knowing Polish people, yeah, let me find you that meme with a doom smile, and them with Article 5. Look, I think they have fucked up it a bit, because dealing with some sort of provocation like this one is something that every Polish politician has dreamt about all the time, to be honest. I mean, if they deal with this and then they manage to actually maybe even strike back and take some military action against Russians, yeah, their rating is going to go way up. I mean, Tusk had some issues because the president is from the opposing party, but in this case, yeah, they're working together despite their own internal politics and vetoes. Everyone who's going to be even somehow related with fighting against the Russians is going to, grab in massive political capital. It is beneficial and politically expedient in every possible way for Poland to, show actually harsh response. Thankfully, it's 6:50 in the morning over here. It's, I think, about an hour later in Poland, and the Western politicians, I bet they haven't, woken up yet and haven't started calling Poland and yelling at them for being competent and taking things into their own hands. Because you remember, the United States also, the previous administration yelled at Ukraine for striking those oil refineries. Because what if they escalate? Well, look, they have been doing this for all time. Well, if Poland is on to this and they're striking back, that alone makes me feel actually calmer and more peaceful, since if nothing would be done here, and they will have to literally point out evidence for this whole situation and this whole mess on paper in a way that Vatniks can't say it's all fake. But if this would have been just, let go, then that would actually just encourage Putin to do more, because he thinks exactly like someone from Bratva would. That's the whole idea. So this in a way makes me a bit more happier. Well, I'm gonna have to wait for more interesting news. But yeah, I have to check. When was the last time these two guys fought? Well, not counting Moscow Olympics. I think one of my best history episodes was about that, because I always remember the random muscle spasms of the Polish pole jumper. Because if you remember, 1980 Olympics were boycotted by most of Western countries. So it was more or less a local affair, and I have to find that picture. So it was, the pole jumping event was won by a Polish guy who was heavily disfavored by the judges. And then, then after he won, he turned towards the Russians and showed them a certain gesture, which got him into some trouble with the party. But then the official response from the Poles, cool dudes as they are, was that these were uncontrollable muscle spasms. Oh, this is the censored version. We want to see the uncensored. Why are they not? Here you go. Uncontrollable muscle spasms. Amazing. One of the best things ever. This is what they would. This is what they really, want. I'm pretty much calm about that one. In my case, I do have to check airspace situation. Like, if Poles are actively, if this is going to escalate badly, then let me introduce you to airspace.lv, which is a site I have to check every time I want to fly an FPV drone. Everyone else has to. The red zones near the borders, you can see, is totally no-fly zone, and the yellow zones I have to formally ask for permission. But let's check on just the latest flight restrictions. NOTAM, no to all airmen. Yeah, the latest that I'm seeing here is acrobatic flight training will take place in reserved area near Adaj, where NATO base is located, but that was pre-planned. So, let's see how this happens. I hope you haven't gotten totally bored yet, but we'll get to the extremely crazy parts of Russia now as we wait for further updates. Everyone's now starting to respond about the whole operation. Someone's writing in Spanish about the politics on Dugin's group. Answers to media questions. What even is this? Yeah, Dugin is focusing on Venezuela with all this mess. And what else do we have? Well, not much. Yeah, I can continue on with the episode now. And oh boy, my wife's gonna be angry. Matter of religious importance. Don't worry. What you're about to hear next is just as interesting as Polish radical answers involving loads of violence towards any airspace violations. Here, I just have to insert a short bit from the fanatical Orthodox Stalinist tactical medicine instructor, Yurievich, who's basically doing free first aid classes for everyone in the Russian army, who's a medical doctor, who basically creates lectures to train Russian medics because the state wouldn't do it. But see, his contract with his volunteer unit ran out and everything, and he went on to Maxim Kalashnikov's show, who's a friend of Igor Girkin's, one of the bigger ones on the Roy TV. You can actually see it on YouTube. And during his hour-long speech, which nearly caused me to vomit internally and scream loudly, well, he answered to a listener question about what's the national idea of Russia. And that serves as a proper answer to this question of where did everything go wrong over there. And yeah, this is something that you should probably understand, that this guy is one of the smartest, most active people working there. Quote, Yurievich, what is our national idea? So, what is this national idea? What is the mission of the Russian people? Our mission is simple. Our mission is to save humanity from insane globalists, Hitlers and Napoleons. We must prevent soldiers from bringing hell on earth. In essence, our people's purpose, Russian purpose, is to protect the kingdom of God on earth. Russia is tolerated by God only as long as we defend his mercy and kingdom in the spirit of orthodoxy. A different Russia, one broken up into small Swiss-like cantons with zoophilia and other crap like Europe, is not what God wants. No matter how difficult, Russia must hold on to the Orthodox faith, for it is our salvation. Our mission, as stated by John of Kronstadt, is to defend orthodoxy as the one true faith. While morons will start taking offense, I claim and fully believe that this is the most correct version of Christianity. Everything else, like what Catholics did to justify the Crusades and the burning of the so-called witches, well, that's their problem and a crime. Our ultimate goal, therefore, is to destroy the material conduits of satanic forces. These conduits come in different forms. Nazi Germany and its satellites were one example. Real Satanists who tried to destroy our country and entire peoples by creating death camps. Today, the modern conduits are the ruling elites in Anglo-Saxon countries who represent monetarism and globalism. None of this was made up or said in joke, and it gets worse. I had a whole hour to go through this mess. See, people like him and Kvachkov and others of the important Vatnik, Gherkin's buddy wing of the whole situation are the true believers in ideas like these. I mean, seriously, true believers. I mean, they live in Russia whose divinity is directly tied into whatever KGB Colonel Gundyaev has turned the Moscow Patriarchate Orthodox Church into. If you haven't listened to, I've spoken about this in 2 episodes. One was about the whole Russia as a religion. Another one was about Exodus, because this is a serious way how we can understand Russia. It's more of a matter of faith rather than a modern nation state, with arguments no less. But you see, the previous house that I just acquired in the countryside that we're moving into, the owner of the place was Orthodox, and now I have some icons next to my laptop and something called Azi Pravoslavia, or basically Orthodoxy Basics booklet with the property. And I can totally understand that understanding sacred texts is a bit difficult, especially if you're a Vatnik with barely any brain cells. And I can also totally understand denominational differences. But if you put religious beliefs on the spectrum, where in one end there is this nice little book called Basics of Orthodoxy written by these people, and on the other side, let's just say, put Al Qaeda magazine Inspire. I think that's how it was called. You know, the one they made in English with practical guides for terrorism. And when this is about 90% towards Al Qaeda stuff, then that goes a bit too far for my understanding. I mean, even Teenage Jesus will not prove, and Teenage Jesus did some crazy stuff, as according to Apocrypha. However, I'm pretty sure Jesus, in any sense of the word, no matter how you treat religion, has anything to do with this. Because here I took a small break and did an experiment. After all, I have spent some time actually translating this whole stupid Russian Vatnik manifesto of the Russian world, written by Kvachkov, where he explains how this new Russia will work, which is what they want to achieve by winning this war and getting rid of Putin. And with this, by the way, I took a small break because I wanted to actually find out something here and demonstrate for you. See, I modified my Telegram bot a bit to look for patterns. And so I obviously searched, because Kvachkov is kind of like their priest and this leader of their religious beliefs. And, well, so I looked up, in how many posts the word Jesus appears. I didn't want to put in Christ because that also involves all the Antichrist, and there's a various lot of contexts, and the same one goes with God. There's the evil Anglo-Saxon God and Orthodox God and all that whatnot wouldn't be representative. But the results are quite revealing anyways. You can quote this part to ultra-traditional value supporters. I think this is a little nifty segment in addition to that episode I made about this one. See, Kvachkov, the warrior priest of their congregation, in this whole year, starting from January the 1st, has mentioned Jesus 13 times in total in his Telegram posts, out of which every second one is some sort of prayer or some super Orthodox religious related, mind you. So 13 times. Out of these, 5 of them are in historical posts, where he sometimes writes a full date. I mean, like with all on this date of our Lord Jesus Christ. 6 are various ramblings in his Christian Socialist Manifesto nonsense, 3 of which are actually quotes by Igor Girkin, whom we'll come to later, and in 3 of which he actually compares Jesus to Stalin. And the one remaining time, he included mention of Jesus in his prayer to the Saint Ilya Muromets. The final mention so far in this year, is an actual prayer, however, and that's a prayer of thankfulness even. And those of you new here might have some sort of an awe reaction, but I know that our veteran comrades are already waiting for the nasty twist, and this time it's extra nasty. The guys who are most active at helping the front lines, they're following this guy, and, well, then you can read such nice things as a prayer where Kvachkov thanks Jesus for California forest fires that Jesus sent upon the decadent Californian Americans as God's punishment for their crimes against Russia. He also specifically asks Jesus not to be merciful there, as he's been too kind to the foul Anglo-Saxons who have tricked him. Instead, in his mind, naturally, Jesus should focus more on his true Russian followers and help them purge their lands from the plague of Ukraineness and, as he puts it, ukro-bandero-nazisti in various forms. Oh yeah, bracketed descriptions, which he always includes in his tons of weird prayers, in combination with his war opinions, well, include actual descriptions of a deep 90-degree bow and making a cross twice, once with 2 fingers, once with 3 fingers, all this included. But then I thought, let's compare this to the other figures. That might tell us about something and give more credence to the point that I think that Russia is a religious belief and not a country. Let's just start with lesser figures with this deeply fanatical man over there, right? Well, our frenemy Igor Girkin. I'm sure all of you know him by this point. Yeah, he has 18 posts with a mention here. That's just 5 more than Jesus. And remember, 3 of the posts were actually of Jesus were his quotes. But that's rookie numbers. Then we have Tsar Nicholas II. He beats Jesus by more than double because he has 31 mentions. But still, rookie numbers when it comes to Comrade Stalin. Stalin has 64 separate posts mentioning him. The term killing is mentioned in 71 posts. Russian Empire is in 76 posts. Russian Army is mentioned in 89 posts. Yeah, and I know that I didn't search for God because it's used in a huge variety of contexts, both positive and negative. However, I am certain that if I just counted the positive use cases, but that would require me to actually go through all his posts again throughout this year, and I would just go even more insane. I'm pretty sure that, God's mentioned in total in 103 posts, but I bet in positive sense, Stalin gets more mentions than God. God definitely loses Stalin in this case. But even this isn't the final thing. Those of you who have been following this show for a while now, you should probably already by now understand what's the central thing, what's the most sacred thing in the eyes of this religious person. The absolute leader, and the most important entity central to this Vatnik cult, is, unsurprisingly, Możem повторить. No, not even that phrase. The Great Patriotic War. That shows up in 109 posts. They worship Second World War and its results with Możem повторить, where they celebrate the greatest extent of their country under the glorious leadership of Emperor Stalin, more than God itself. Excellent. And I can even explain this a bit, because you see, there was a Vice documentary about a cult in Russia in the early 2010s or something like that, back when Vice was good, basically. And that cult was run by your regular out-of-the-mill Return of the Messiah figure. This one was called Vissarion. And, it was a proper cult. They had a proper compound, no private property, hard manual labor, strict eating rules, all this stuff. Everything as in a proper cult. I'm pretty sure they had their own pile of skeletons stockpiled outside of the cameras, but, it wasn't on camera. Vissarion spoke about love and oneness and living the life like Jesus did. See, in the whole documentary, there were exactly 0 mentions of actually murdering someone. And they also wore typical white cultist linen robes instead of Soviet military uniforms. But that's the difference. You see, a cult, which at least, even the most bizarre and outlandish, which is sort of Messiah and Christ-centric, where they actually care about this stuff, they at least have to pretend to, be centered around this stuff. Pretend to have some relation towards it. This mess, this what they call all this nonsense. Yeah, let me just leave you with 2 active quotes from Vatniks, which are just random posts in between their complaints about the messenger Max and everything. That will just, I think, put this into perspective. First one is a quote from the previously mentioned Yuri Yevich in the same conversation. And he gets a call by someone, who's relative. I couldn't tell by the voice, really. Someone in their 20s, in shitty connections too, asking for some moral solace about how their family member is at war there, in these Russian meat assaults. And he just, without doubt, without even, thinking about it, just says, quote, war is better than peace. Peace distances us from God. As Patriarch John Chrysostom of Constantinople and Tsargrad said, let us tremble not before death, but before sin. War, is a parable. Sometimes the Lord takes silver from our lives to give us gold in its place. The main thing to understand is to understand this, as it's God's will in time. After all, war makes people more happier in the long run. Yeah, I'm not even joking here. It's like a counter-realist thing. And the latter one, by the way, is a final line. And don't worry, this will make sense at the end. In context, it's just that you have to live through all this insanity too. The last one is the final line from one of their Club of Angry Patriots manifestos. It was signed by a bunch of people, by the way, including Maxim Kalashnikov, Igor Girkin's wife, this philologist in ambush, and many others, and which has spread officially throughout their various militia cells. Oh yeah, to those of you who don't know, those guys actually build armed cells all over the place in Russia for the hour X when Putin's going to be finally out of his mind and gone because of the senility. I haven't actually read the whole post, I was just too busy, but the final line tells you everything you need to know. Quote, the time has come for the Moscow Universal Orthodox Church of Christ. Stalinism today is Russian Christian socialism. Yes. Now, if you feel disgusted and angry right now, first, that means I'm doing my job correctly. And I'm not a complete envoy, after all. You have to honor the 6th house and the Trimond Mord, after all. But you see, I want to make you feel a bit happier, because you can actually do something about these heretical bastards who crave murder and return to Stalinism and for whom World War II is something to be gloriously celebrated. And, well, your personal religious views are actually irrelevant in this case, because I'm pretty sure that we can all come together and agree that none of us will enjoy murderous Stalinist cultists around. Even folks like Degothur and Shiagorath. So I'd like to once again remind you about the revanche, guys. Yeah. No, that thing really matters to me. I'll get into details later on, but they're going to use your money to purchase the means to fight against guys who believe in this and because of whom I can't sleep, because now, what the fuck, we have rockets in Poland. Well, close to Poland. It's a worthy cause and you can make a real difference, and this is why war just can't be just lines on maps. And see, you've probably all heard that Russia is a terrorist state line, but you have to understand it's not a metaphor. It's very real and horrible, and they celebrate it every day, even people who are just the most active there. So please do help out the Revenge Group and click the link in the show description. Thank you, and now back with the regular insanity. But I'll quickly answer the question: what do you think? What do you think for these kind of people? These religious fanatics that justify their sick-twisted fantasies with religious dogma. See, that's the whole thing. I would like to mention this here. I mentioned this on the episode about Russia as a religion, and it was called Exodus something. That was like a place about the Bible. That is a part of Russian national identity. They literally overtook the Byzantium one, where their emperor, or Putin in this case, is kind of their sacral leader, and the whole country is related to the kingdom of God, so to speak. And in the sense, but if you look at actual real Russia, right? Well, we'll get to that one part, because, well, they have to somehow invent reasons why other places are worse than whatever that place is that they're living in right now. Like I said, regular insanity. Hope that this is going to answer your question. Thankfully, these Vatniks, fanatical ones, don't make up the majority of Russians. In fact, they're about 10% at best. Maybe even less. This, as you can possibly imagine, and have quite probably heard in my previous episodes, pisses the Vatniks off to no end. Because in their schizo worldview, everyone should be a zealous Stalin-worshipping fanatic. And they believe something should be done about it, and are quite active in being proficient botherers and shaming others about it. Putin hates them too. But I looked at those reasons in episode 300, that you can just look up over there, very, very kind of not as far behind, which is still valid, so go check that one out. I don't want to be, I don't want to bore the rest of the audience here. We have other interesting stuff here, because these guys are now starting to bother the moderate Vatniks as well, which is one of the reasons why their collections for their goals is now falling down, as all of this directly impacts how the undersupplied, unwashed masses of the Russian so-called soldiers actually fight. You see, Girkin's buddies are like revolutionary leaders. They have the zeal, the skill, and the know-how. They're also absolutely broke, and they find, having money to be something distasteful, as per tradition. It's kind of hard to do something actually productive if you're obsessed with empire building and Stalin worshipping. So in comes the moderates. The everyday people who got carried away with these ideas, but, it wasn't the purpose of their whole existence. They didn't think much about all of this. They liked the idea, sort of, the greatness part, but they also loved their creature comforts and probably didn't think it through. The analogy for Western audiences would probably be, I watch your news too, and I presume it's something like these Arkansas farmers who voted for Trump and now are in, trouble because of their business stuff, as are those who, donated to UKIP and voted for Brexit, and then it fucked up their business stuff. Kind of like this sort of thing, right? Don't worry, we have them in Latvia too. Little side note, because my own government did something extremely stupid that I hadn't expected. They voted for a guy called Schlesers here and currently are busy reviving Soviet prohibitionary traditions. Little side note before we get to the rough parts. Yeah, everyone's back to drinking odorless cologne. Same Trojnoy they did in Soviet era. Because our government did something extremely wise and excellent. They recently decided to combat teenage alcoholism by regulating the sales hours of booze. It used to be that you can buy alcohol in stores from 8 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. in the evening. Now they cut it from 10 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. in the evening on regular days and to 6 p.m. on Sundays. Well, they thought they were combating alcoholism. What's now happening is that underground dubious quality booze stores known as Tochkas are coming back again, just like in the 90s. And, well, now you can buy a curiously drinkable cologne on sale for €59 or about $2 for a 250 milliliter bottle of what's basically almost pure spirits mixed with some food coloring. And to make it even worse, our Riga Municipal Council, actually did some rezoning. But as they kind of fucked the whole process up at the same time as this was happening, these guys accidentally made drinking alcohol in public technically legal again because, well, it's illegal in the zones designated where that's supposed to be illegal, but now the zones have changed. So don't worry. Somehow everyone can find weird idiots who didn't think it through. Welcome to the eastern border. We have rain and misery. So, you probably understand what kind of people I'm talking about. I feel like actually using such examples is much better than quoting statistics data about some age and income. Kind of feels more humane, and that's what I would like to hear. And, well, in Russia, these guys, they are, not very satisfied about being bothered all the time. That's the latest gripe. They wrote about this for like 2 days straight. That's not what they signed up for, so they stopped donating, which makes the hardliners even more angry to re-educate the wrong population. The wrong population. And there we have a nice little death spiral. Magical. And it was simmering for a while, but in relation to all the, oh no, I don't like it when I have no rights stuff going on right now, here's a post by one lady who calls herself a moderate, a normal person, who did a lot of volunteering and donated money. But now, well, that's the best post I've seen in a while. And gives us more hope for all the outcome of this whole situation. And again, that was before Roman Alyokhin's all the squabbling situation with him embezzling funds. I'm going to have to cover that as that's actually very important. But, well, this script is as long as it gets. This is the best Vatnik text of the week. That shows you the whole essence of this conflict. Quote. When, after the start of the special military operation, all these liberal people left Russia, those who tried to privatize culture and morality, acting as the sole correct moral tuning forks, I was unspeakably happy. Yeah, she's talking about all these people, because the prize for the best text, which again is super widespread across the Z channels, is related about the Z culture. The author of this, by the way, is a channel called Homo Politicus. And as you can see, it suddenly turned out that after pushing the evil liberals, the foul Westerners with Anglo-Saxon influences out of the country, these passionate patriots got aggressive cockroaches instead. Turns out that's many times worse and scarier. Let me continue. All these people, she's talking about liberals here, were no better, no cleaner, no more cultured, and no more talented than anyone else. They simply seized the topic at the right time and organized a collective harassment campaign against anyone not in their clique. And after they left, it really did become significantly easier to breathe. However, the reptiloids were suddenly replaced by insectoids. In other words, genuine cockroaches, who with loud phrases about how our boys are fighting in the special military operation, or about the need to protect the traditional values outlined in Putin's decree, are solely pursuing their own ambitions and complexes. And the cockroaches turned out to be 100 times more unpleasant. While the reptiloids were satisfied with capturing prestigious venues, these assholes literally try to crawl into every corner of our private lives to forbid and regulate as much as possible. And they're not just talking about what we're allowed to watch and listen to. They have the only correct opinion on what we should eat, what we should drink, and in general when to drink and what to drink. And with whom we should live and how to dress. Soon it seems it will be forbidden to kiss a guy in a short mini-skirt on the street. This will inflict irreparable trauma on a passing 3-year-old child and offend a religious person from the Caucasus. It's better to forget about photos in a bikini or swimming trunks at all. There should not even be a hint that a person working on the country's defense has breasts. And this is happening while our boys are fighting. At the same time, it's obvious even to the most naive person that there is no genuine concern for spirituality and morality here. It's nothing but narcissism and the desire to indulge their ego and feel power over others. Well, maybe also to get some budget under the table, but that's not the main thing. And the fact that all these people talking about morals with burning eyes will instantly change their tune at the slightest change in the political situation, that also raises no doubts. I would gladly respond to them symmetrically. I would introduce an article for the discreditation of the propaganda of traditional values and find them en masse. I can't watch this shame any longer. Yeah, don't forget she's actually for those traditional values. She supports this war and all this idiocy. It's just that she doesn't like people like Yevich. She finalizes this by saying, it would be good for us, ordinary people, to live in a country not only without the escaped pseudo-liberals, but also without these aggressive pseudo-conservatives who have just come running. But one can only dream. Well, turns out Russian liberal opposition, such as it is with their flaws and all, and, well, mostly being pretentious, arrogant assholes, a lot of them are, well, turns out that's load bearing in Russia. Whoopsie. But the problem here that no one of them wants to talk about, and really no one else mentions out there, and like I promised you, this is where it all comes together, is what all the other things that I've been talking about previously here on this episode are just symptoms of. When this shit show ends, hundreds of thousands of people, of these veterans, are going to come home. And the war is coming with them. The numbers, by the way, are already screaming. The first 6 months of 2025 saw the highest number of serious crimes in 15 years. Veterans have already committed hundreds of crimes and killed at least 378 people. Today alone, I saw a post about yet another one who managed to kill like a 9-year-old kid. Just all this stuff. The crime news is filled with stories of them murdering, robbing, and raping, and we have things like one veteran killed 2 people because he felt he wasn't celebrated enough. Oh, Curious Emu says they have all the letters but still can't guess the word. Yeah, that is very true. It is just, I call it having 2 brain cells. Just amazing. By the way, this last part is like from stuff mixed together with Filipov's latest article, just so you know. It's fine, I work with the guy. Someone has to. And besides, it's not just Filipov's text who writes stuff like this in Russian. It's just common sense, because similar stuff happened in Afghanistan, Chechnya, first, second, all over the place, and even in Tsarist. All this mess. However, the problem here is this fucking scale. This is insanity, and this whole mess has caused more damage, much more than Afghanistan. Duration also is insane. And the fact that they can't go home. I mean, holy shit, I have PTSD from, when I visited Bucha and just living through this all the time, and I have troubles doing this stuff. These guys, yeah, they're not even allowed to basically admit it. Oh, and, well, everyone who follows these Z channels know that they're dealing with this with copious amounts of various drugs, which are openly sold by commanders. It's gonna hit like a tidal wave. Everyone just keeps on going with them to the point where that even becomes a problem. And then I have to agree, with another problem, which actually I've talking to some, well, responsible people in Latvia about this. See, we're talking about the drone operators too. Like, I fly FPV drones too, which I learned, and well, that's the whole idea that we already have seen the very first assassination in Russia, where Bratva organized a killing of a farmer who didn't want to give up his land there. So that's gonna happen. FPV drones are not that crazy, and also these people over there, they kind of watch this close up, and they explode thingies. It's a weird thing, and apparently leaves its own impact on the brain, which is much more harmful than people like artillery, because artillery is just given a quadrant, but here you have to fly towards them and go boom. Alexander Kartavich, Z author, wrote that these drone guys should be under special surveillance for life, like snipers or demolitions experts, and I have to agree here. Again, I will probably post some videos from when I fly around with my drone, and it's not that expensive at all. He said that they are problematic because, they can assemble a weapon out of junk. I can assemble a weapon out of junk too. But there are solutions to this. Again, I've actually thought about this and reported this to some people who could, solve this. So, and then, of course, there's the money. All of Russia is wallpapered with ads promising huge payments for contract service. If you remember, my aunt went to Russia in 2023 for a Foreign Policy magazine article, because we have relatives there, and she doesn't have my surname, so she went in and experienced this. And even St. Petersburg, which tries to be as normal as possible and as far from the war as possible, even they have like these ads promising payments all over the place. This is how the problem was solved. Specifically the one that the Afghan war revealed. See, in Afghanistan war, a lot of people came home back in the zinc coffins, and they were just like young conscripts and students, and that was socially unacceptable. But if these are like old alcoholics, people who have nothing else, who actually are selling off their death for money, then that's kind of more socially palatable. They're not heroes. They're just, scumbags and people of the second sort. And do you really think that these guys will do anything else or be able to do anything else when they're back? Or, will they take to the good old proud traditions of понятия and use their skills by just like everyone remembers happened in the 90s? I mean, I think the answer here is pretty obvious. The thing is, these Z channels, they never really report on the crimes done by these veterans. They just try to pretend they don't exist, even people like Maxim Kalashnikov and most fanatical Girkin's buddies. But we've all read insane amounts of colonels that steal bank cards from soldiers, murder them, fake marriages, and all sorts of insanity, and putting people into pits. I mean, I have been documenting this for all these years. Everything over there is there's racketeering, drug dealing, and crime of every possible sort. Think about this think about this less than actual army, and more like, whatever is going on in Port-au-Prince in Haiti at the moment. Also remember that Wagner Group was nowhere near the only private army in Russia. Gazprom has one, and a lot of regions have one. And guess what's going to happen after that when the resource struggles happen? Yeah. It's going to be pretty interesting now, isn't it? By the way, besides that, not like these guys come home alone. They come home packing. Russian courts are already swamped with cases of soldiers trafficking weapons. Pistols, rifles, grenades, rocket launchers. All of it sold on the black market for pennies. And it's not even an exaggeration. I mean, I was born in 1989, and I remember when in early 90s I went to a local gray market called Latgalit. I was there as a kid because I wanted to buy the Belarusian-made Famicom clone, which was just actually even advertised there, and there you went to get games for that stuff. But, if you just walked around there and looked at stuff for too long, then, the local guys would arrive and offer you a Kalashnikov. And if you walk for longer, they try to offer you a grenade. That stuff was just over there. Right now, we've cleaned that place up, but, there are still places over there where I actually get my souvenirs that I send to listeners. Yeah, we send Khrushchev era rubles with signatures sometimes, and we also have Soviet era military maps with topography maps actually used by the HQ here, with dots pointed out where they wanted to bomb things. Great stuff. But all this mess, the number of court cases against military personnel for weapons trafficking, has risen from dozens to hundreds per year. You can get weapons all over the place. And although this was pointed out by, my colleagues who wrote this in Russian, I adapted it, this last part. But I have to mention that they forgot one thing. For some reason, neither Naki nor Katz nor other analysts kind of tie in this mysterious death of about 22 highly ranked military people have jumped out of a window, ate a bullet, and all this mess. I mean, what else would happen there, knowing the utter complete corruption? The concerned veteran who wrote about the surge of crime from returning veterans, Vitaly Maslov, he questions whether the state will even care for these veterans or discard them. And the answer is, obviously the state will do nothing. Vierstka did a nice little research, a piece on the guys who are waiting the guys who went to a meat assault and came back without limbs, and I even covered that study. It was pretty rough translation into English. Nothing's going to happen over there. And now, add to that the most trained, most motivated among them, who will be angry, because obviously this whole mess is falling apart and rickety and cracking and stupid, and even Putin doesn't like it. Those guys who know how to shoot, who are motivated, who won this Russian imperialism, yeah, they're none other than those who are already joining Girkin's buddies and organized militias and Chechens and organized crime and all this stuff. When you glorify Stalin more than anything actually peaceful, and when World War II is the central tenet of your religion, then yeah, what we're about to see is a nice little Mad Max war with Stalinist tendencies, slowly building up in Donetsk too. I remember in the last episode I mentioned the fact that they have issues with water and everything, but right now there's a phenomenon that me and my own Discord server named the Wet Bandits, because right now, besides the fact that they get very limited amounts of water, right now there are organized gangs who basically take a truck, drive over to a public place where some water can be found once every 3 days for 2 hours, fill up their private huge container, then they bottle it and sell it for massive profit. I'm now waiting for the moment where their bottles are being stolen by someone else. Just amazing. And Curious Ammo commented here that they are now teaching mandatory military training classes in Russian schools. Yeah, well, we have civil defense here at this point too, but that's because I live in Latvia and we're super, super close. But the whole mess keeping this together is the fact that, this whole situation began as a tragedy for everyone and a massive blow that'll definitely shape not only Ukrainian culture, but the culture of the whole region of associations here. And Putin started it because, he likes to be this big czar. It will end the fucking catastrophe. And I'm even skipping all the economy parts because that's going to be a next important episode. But before I leave you for today, and please listen to this part, I'd like to show you a bit of the other side too. Yes, I'm talking about the people in the Revenge group once again. Look, they really need those trucks. Regular listeners know how much I hate advertising. I never actually have advertised for my own Patreon or merch store as much as I am trying here. Because I care and it's important, makes real difference. But unit is a unit, and we humans are much better at faces than unit insignia, so I'd like to tell you about one Mikhailuta, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Oleg Igorovich, a Ukrainian singer. He's a vocalist of a hip-hop group, TNMK. He's a part of that tactical group. I'm using an archived Ukrainska Pravda interview with him for this, and I'm sure they won't mind, but giving credit is important. And I want you to listen and pay attention, especially if you're an American, because, you see, I always compare the cultural impact of this war all over the place to 9/11 for Americans. I'm sure that those of you who were old enough back then when that tragedy happened will never forget what exactly you were doing and where you were when that day started. Same here. We all have a study just like that, me included. But these guys in Ukraine, they're there. It's unimaginably more meaningful and difficult and painful for them, and it's worth to know these studies. It's also the very first question of the interview, which I believe was the only logical place for it to start, really. And this is more than an ad. Please pay attention. Here's how Oleg's war began. Quote, "The war caught me at home. That night I slept very soundly. It seems like I slept through everything. When I woke up, I realized that I needed to calm down and evacuate my loved ones. I didn't believe that war could happen. Some great love inside me didn't believe it, and when the full-scale invasion happened, I realized that I urgently needed weapons. I started looking for them in Kiev. My friend and I wanted to sign up for the anti-terrorist service, but we went to several points where weapons were handed out, but there were queues of 300, 400 people. On the one hand, I'm proud that we have such strong, determined men, and on the other, I really don't like standing in queues even in peacetime. On the third day, I started looking for friends, and they told me there are people who will give you weapons, and that's how I ended up in the Revenge Battalion." There's more mundane questions throughout all this stuff, but this one isn't about the mundane, again. There's a reason for this. This is about what it means, because among this one, as I read through this interview, Ukrainian Pravda later asked him, how would you characterize this whole, general idea of your mood in the Revenge, and was kind of your motto, general leading thing. And he responded in a way that actually shocked me and made me make this part of this episode the way it is. He responded with, quote, "This idea is Ukraine. More precisely, good evening, we are from Ukraine. That's what it's called now. We understand that we won't just leave here. For our idea and desire to do what we want and not what someone else imposes, we will kill the occupiers. You understand you have an enemy. The enemy wants to destroy you, and you have no doubts about what to do." See, I have to put in here some explanation, because good evening, we are from Ukraine. It used to be a popular meme on Russian internet. Everyone who ever visited Lurkmor, my favorite wiki, knows about it. But this is getting bigger. Because the final line from that answer of his is, quote, "The people in the battalion are 100% aware that the time has come to live and kill for Ukraine, and not to die." Now, I'm not sure if they even know that this comes from a patent quote. Maybe they're told that, maybe not, but it doesn't matter really. What matters is that it actually fits. The original patent quote is that the object of war is not to die for your country, but to make the other bastard die for his. Now, what I am sure is that quite likely the soldiers used words much harsher than bastard in this quote, and I know they are, since I have been there, because I spoke with them in Russian while I was there directly, but I can tell you that people who speak with them via an interpreter, yeah, they often get the version with swear words cut out. Now, in this case, the word bastard was probably cut out because, politeness. It's not really printable, and probably the journalist doing this didn't know this stuff. Especially knowing that this guy's a hip-hop artist, after all. Come, think about this. And this is something which made me think and emphasize this stuff, especially for folks from the USA. As I have seen some very misguided comments and messages over the internet because of this campaign and everything, and, well, after all, I started this show to explain the cultural nuances in life in the USSR and all this stuff, because this matter and this communication really hurts people. See, I have heard from a bunch of people that, these people have a lot of issues and they're some sort of, that they're just asking too much and all this stuff, but again, it's a weird situation, because I always question these people with the fact that, do you really think that these guys like asking for help? Do you think it's easy for them to ask for help? To Western audiences, no less, knowing our past. We're proud people over here, and we're over, like, throughout the post-Soviet sphere, even in Ukraine, oh boy, much more. They're Cossacks. I mean, I'm a creative bastard, and I know when I see one. Those guys are nervous. Their lives are at stake, the country's at stake, they're busy fighting, and then they also give interviews, and this guy here, he's much more used to attention than everyone else. PR and saying polite things are the 99th priority out there on the front. I feel like I have to seriously emphasize this, because a lot of people somehow criticize the way that some Ukrainian unit has said thank you, or videos, or doesn't understand what's going on there, but I want to make it clear. When Ukrainians ask for something, it's not because their stockpile went from 100% to 90%. I've been there myself multiple times. Heck, after all, I was born in the same country as Zelensky. I still have the Soviet birth certificate. I know how our post-Soviet people work, for better or for worse, and I know that these guys make do as much as they can, and only ask something when there's absolutely positively zero other options. I've made episodes about how folks from my region have sadly received horrible treatment in the West. I absolutely get how these guys tend to feel, or can feel. I'm not saying they do, but quite likely. And I'm a journalist, a public person who's been at this for 13 years. And at this point, right, I feel awkward about promoting my Patreon. And I'm a professional here. And they're soldiers whose lives are at stake. They feel just as awkward asking you to help them with getting their cars, well, as I do when, again, I do the unspeakable and do my Patreon advertising. They're not used to asking for help, you see. That makes you feel indebted to someone. And debt in these parts is not cool. To the point where the fact that Steam now asks for credit cards, especially that also applies to like UK and everything. We use debit cards. 90% of the population here don't have a credit card. You have, like I said, you have your salary, you have a debit card, and you use that. And, well, that's just not cool. That's not culturally acceptable. And over here in Latvia, the person that I'm talking to you right now, right? We're considered to be the most sleazy ones, the mercantile folks, because of Hansa and Daugava and all this stuff. Ukrainians, they're the salt of the earth. When I'm asking you to help out with your donations for the cars, imagine, if you will, and I'm going to try to paint you a picture here as best as I can. Imagine someone in the rural parts of the USA. Someone who probably works in his small business or farm or whatever more than he sleeps because that's his family's property and that's what he must do. The person who, say, built their own house and keeps it renovated all the time. Or the one that keeps his granddad's car in pristine condition because it's, I don't know, Chrysler New Yorker or Cadillac Eldorado or, heck, Lincoln Continental if you're really lucky. I know that car only because I rented that one for wedding. I'm talking the person who might have properly working ancient guns from 19th century. Also can't skip that one nurse that always takes extra shifts at hospital at night, or that one programmer who always sifts through shitty code, bad comments so that it actually becomes readable. Or, the one local town council member who genuinely cares and fights for that damn bar. See, I know that you guys know. I know that out of all the nations on the planet, Americans should be absolutely relate to the feeling that it's actually important to do things on your own and be self-reliant. I have spent quite a lot of time, visiting states and being among you, about 2 years in total. See, we're quite much like two. Also because of the Soviet era. Except we also like social interactions even more than you do, and public speaking is a bit bigger problem. Talking in queues is impolite and some things are a bit rougher. Yeah, going through Soviet era and KGB supervision does that to people. I also predict that it's quite possibly, if ICE and Trump's new policing matter goes through, I pretty much think that the next generation is going to be more introverted because, oh boy, that's a bit crazy. But I digress. Imagine this kind of salt-of-the-earth person that I'm talking about. Imagine that kind of person asking for your help. Think about what they've already done, what they've already tried and went through, and understand that the situation is dire and that they are only asking for what they absolutely can't supply themselves. That's what we're talking about here. Again, remember that when the Ukrainian unit needs your help, and these guys made a video, that's literally because it's a matter of life and death. That's not a metaphor or exaggeration. This is also why I had to show you that Russia is a terrorist state. Also is not a metaphor or an exaggeration. Stalinist murder cult. Now look, if they could do without all this nonsense, they absolutely would. Ukrainians didn't ask for this war. It came to them and they're doing heroic deeds on the daily to protect us from angry Stalin murderous people. Why? Well, because it's their country, it's their place, and they care. Oleg was also asked if the war had made him patriotic or affected his political views. And here's a bit of a Soviet story, and I collect those, used to for my older episodes. He answered that, quote, "If you dig deep, my dad made me a nationalist when I was 5 years old. That was 1979, 1980. A close circle of friends gathered at the table in the 3-room Czech hut in Kharkiv. My father raised his glass and said, 'For a free Ukraine without commissars.' I remember that. And then they were imprisoned for these words. Medvedchuk sent Stus to Kolyma in the 80s, and what they told me at school, well, back then there was an anti-Soviet era, and my dad was not the last person in the Soviet times. He taught at the Kharkiv Aviation Institute, such a technical Soviet intelligentsia. A teacher, a technician he built for the space industry. But I remember this moment when my dad, for some reason, said, 'For a free Ukraine.'" And this is important. This matters. He also admits that with his group Tank, full name Tanok na Maidane Congo, they apparently never wrote Russian language songs. Maybe that's some sort of conscious creative nationalism. When asked what he'll do after the war, he responded, "After Ukraine's victory, I will just be quietly very, very happy, and new albums, concerts, that'll definitely happen. Without that, there's no way." Now, personally, I'm a metalhead. I'll definitely go to their concert, though, once that happens. Hope that we all do. And look, I'm sorry that this isn't your traditional ad read or whatever, but I'd make a really garbage one anyways, and I hate, skipping over ground news and shit like that. And it wouldn't explain anything or, make callous or dumb people write to me and other people who cover these news about some stupid shit like audio issues in the clip they made for us, no doubt, and all this mess even more. They really need those cars. But people doubt that, then there's some corruption issues again, overblown and everything. I can't do this nonsense. What I'm good at is being straight with you guys and doing my job to the best of my ability. As I've shown you, these guys are fighting against an army of corrupt commanders who care less about human lives than anything besides war profiteering and medals. And the most competent cadre of soldiers, let me repeat, are also Stalin-worshipping terrorists who openly state that war is a good thing and that we are all, literally, that's also there, literally draining baby blood and making drugs from it. Yeah. Last time I think I did this whole mention of this unit wrong. I was worried and told you just about a unit. I forgot to tell you about the people, because it's the humans that need those cards. Humans that are tired of all this bullshit and will love nothing more than for this mess to end. Lines on maps are not at stake. Real lives are, and that's why I have been at this and why I hate when the word gets sanitized. So please, I won't bullshit you. I'm not gonna sell you anything. Just, if you can, go and click that donation link in the show description or the stream description. And always stay safe, call your relatives, and be thankful for what you have. War is hell. Happiness is mandatory. And I ended the audio part. Now I can read your chat thing. And again, I tried to beg this stuff. Oh, I won't go. Drones over Poland are coming now. This was the episode thing which I had to record. I'm gonna go back to drones over Poland here. Because, well, you have to. Let me check what you've written here. Well, I hope that I've made some new listeners here. Yeah, that's the whole idea. I have been at this for so long that I've just grown tired of all the formal bullshit. And like I said, I became a journalist because I'm a huge fan of Hunter S. Thompson and Transmetropolitan comics. And throughout all this time, I think, I have earned the rights to call myself True Gonzo, and, well, that's what it is. Everyone else is a fucking poser. You have to speak things as they are. And don't say thank you to me. I'm just trying to work, really. And I'm late because I couldn't work properly for 9 days due to PTSD-induced headaches, and that's pretty fucked because, well, my expenses also are going nowhere, but I'm gonna go hard on this. Lots of work today. Oh, Mr. Mev also is here. Yeah, I started the show, by the way, back when I'd really just had gathered stories about people serving in the Soviet army. My father's stories and his friends' stories, all this mess. I'm a historian too, and I just collected them. And back then forums existed, and I was on Dan Carlin's one, and I just posted the translations there. Turns out no one else was doing that at the time. And then Dan Carlin himself, big deal in history podcasting, quite famous man, him actually told me to make my own podcast. We speak sometimes, and I consider him to be like my mentor in many ways. And I know many people have found me through him, so I'm trying my best. Also, another thing that I probably didn't mention that I've said in other episodes is the fact that, when you guys say support me on Patreon, although I do have to admit I'm feeling that myself as well lately. Yeah, I don't like when dollar devalues and shitty economic situation in America means that everything goes down because, again, 80% of my audience is in America, which is why. Sorry, guys, and for the rest of the world, I kind of want to explain this stuff over there. I'll start. I'll get back to commenting on those news. Because of Oddstark is Rob, and he's now in the other room and not commenting on this, right? If I'm not mistaken, from one of his accounts. But yeah, let us get back to those news. But yeah, there's a lot of stories, and I'll probably be streaming and mumbling about this stuff more. It's just that I really tried to, do justice for these guys. Yeah, I know. Just that we just had saved up enough and acquired a house. That, by the way, is not one of those influencer houses that's in the deep countryside and cost us 30,000 euros for this stuff. It's not nothing fancy. We just literally blasted all our savings on it, and it's fuckery. But it is what it is. But let's get to updating Telegram. I haven't slept. I have not slept for 2 nights in a row. You see, and I've been working all this time. Let's just check what's going on. What's Ukrainians writing? Oh, okay. We have a readiness alarm now in Poland. I am very confused. Huh. You see, when after you've survived through 2 assassination attempts, being beaten up, having a criminal case fabricated against you, spending some time in Russian jail, and other things which are like not even that serious. Like at this point, well, there are 2 options. Either we don't start a nuclear war and then we're all fine, or we start a nuclear war and then there's nothing to worry about anymore. Oh yeah. Poland has announced an accelerated call-up of territorial defense reservists due to the attack by Russian UAVs, according to Reuters. I wonder what happened to the missiles, because I'm pretty sure some of them actually missed. And now they must report for duty, the reservists, in 6 hours, and the other 6 provinces within 12 hours. Oh boy. Now, I'm just in voice chat in Kraut's Discord. And over there, I had spoken with one of their admin people, and he told me that this whole thing is nothing burger. Yeah, I had thought so too, but wow. My guess is I'm going to have to check on the plans and everything. What else did I miss? But you understand why I had to make this episode. Let's see. Oh, Poland now instantly gets 43.7 billion euros. That's neat. That's not about that. Oh, to those of you watching, this is a nice little picture from a protest painter, which says, "I don't want to go and save Russia." Pretty neat, respectful to the situation. This is next. We shall skip it because it has turned into garbage lately. This Vatnik Zergulya, yeah, he writes about Tajikistan migrants who are doing something evil, I literally, he's from the Stalin murder cult guys. Insider, we saw that one previously. Territorial reserves, yes. Okay, we have a proper one. Vatnik's just discovered Joe Wilson's text about sanctions and everything. And here's what this whole thing says. Oh. Wait, let me check this. That's, by the way, one thing where I'm happy for AI development, because right now I can just paste it in and then just walk over and fix the mistakes, because AI isn't that good at slang and things as expected. It's gotten much better, because previously I had to go through and do everything manually because Google Translate was unusable, but the translating part really helps. Now I just wanted to see comparison. Yeah, well, you see, Telegram is shit at translating, because this whole nonsense, when Telegram translation, it says, Lindsey Graham's demand sanctions. Lindsey Graham is kind of like, yeah, he was called in a mocking slang. Meanwhile, because it just means Lindsey Graham's and multiple used as an insult. Quote, following reports of large groups of Iranians allegedly entering deep into Poland, some American congressmen from among the hawks, who are also ardent supporters of the so-called Ukraine, have spoken out. One of them, Joe Wilson, in his triad of hackneyed propaganda arguments, called on Donald Trump to impose new anti-Russian sanctions and provide the Kiev regime with weapons capable of striking Ukraine. There is, however, a slight nuance. Yeah, I love when these Vatniks try to comment on U.S. politics. They, rest assured, they don't even speak English. So they grab this through weird third sources. I'm going to make an episode about that, explaining that specifically. There is, however, a slight nuance. Such figures do not have the real political clout to push through such decisions. At best, they can be appointed as frontmen, although more often than not, they are limited to the role of talking heads. Not to mention that weapons capable of striking Russia have been supplied to Ukraine since 2022, with permission to use them even in the old regions. And the decision, for example, to transfer Aram missiles to the armed forces of Ukraine was made in August without involving the Lindsey Graham. Practice shows that the United States does not bother to look for any special regions for sanctions or new packages for so-called Ukraine. Yeah, they always say so-called Ukraine. Another term is former Ukrainian SSR. That's just how they operate. We in the Baltics are always Nazis and fascists and Labus and everything. Just it's how it is. Practice shows you it doesn't bother to look for any. They do it when they want to, depending on current military and political needs. What is interesting here is not the statements of elderly American hawks, but whether they will show us the wreckage of a pile of downed UAVs. Otherwise, with such an introduction, it will turn out to be another advertisement for geraniums capable of flying calmly across NATO countries. Look, dude, Polish dudes also get, drunk and they're busy with other things. Random drone in the middle of... See, that's the thing. This is some sort of magical realism. Because when they... Again, it's the very basic thing as described by Umberto Eco about how fascists work. Your enemy is always both strong and weak at the same time. To these guys, we are at the same time decadent and everyone's literally gay and forcibly on drugs all the time, baby drugs and everything, and we're wussies and total, we can't do anything. At the same time, we have like reptilioid elites who are like hyper competent and everything. I mean, the fact is that I was in an actual argument, a physical one, with one of these guys who was from Estonia, from Narva, and he really told me that he wanted to tell me the truth about the collapse of the Soviet Union, and he like blamed everything on the CIA. Now the problem is that I've had some contacts with some nice little organizations in the States, like not in the way you think. It's just that being a war journalist does this to you, right? And I also know that they're way less competent than people think. And I'm pretty sure you've seen this meme, but it's kind of not a joke, because I know that people were laughing in Pentagon, just in standard Pentagon, when through satellites the Russian side like looked at they planned where to strike in Pentagon by using heat maps, because that obviously must be the most important place. Remember, I mentioned that being super self-important over there. Well, that actually is kind of a popular hot dog stand in the middle over there. It's just that they are so stuck in this ultra seriousness that's insane. It's like we have to have some magical technology, and definitely we have all these babies and reptiloids, because otherwise it is impossible to beat glorious ultra-powerful Mother Russia. We have to be cheating somehow. This is why Anglo-Saxon all over the place. It just comes naturally to these guys, which is just... I don't know. I should probably write a whole thing. I know, by the way, in response to Curious Thing, I have to give you a response there, because I know how Maxim Kalashnikov absorbs this stuff. Because again, he presents himself as some sort of futurologist and historian. But now I can show you something. Maxim Kalashnikov. He writes in LiveJournal. Like, Maxim Kalashnikov is the guy who interviewed Yuri Yevich, and the central friend of Igor Girkin, is presenting himself as an actual intellectual. I hope that it opens up. Look at how his LiveJournal looks like. He hasn't even upgraded to professional account of service. And yeah, he's in his 50s, and like everyone over there, he just uses an anime picture. I'm going to have to make an episode about how, everyone treats this as in Warhammer terms and everything. But Maxim Kalashnikov's blog is just something special. But yeah, just get back to it. A lot of things to explain. Weirdly enough, as I've been at this for like over 10 years right now, in a way, I started out as explaining Soviet Union and all this stuff to Westerners, but since I have actually visited the States a lot of times and actually interacted with you people, one of the nicest things is that I've actually, I promised in episode 7 that I'll meet people who come over, and I actually have. Unless, something horrible happened, but that was nice, So now sometimes actually serve as some sort of explainer of you people, collective Americans, to my own people, and sometimes we do stupid thing. Okay, let's see now. Nikolaevsky Vanyok. Yep, there is at 7:07. There was one lost drone there. Oh, this is a nice comment there, which I'm just gonna read to you. Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm gonna have to advertise watching this on my next podcast, because this is fun. Okay, I'm translating this Ukrainian source. Whoever just woke up, you slept through another combined attack. The main strike was on Zhytomyr, but they also hit Vinnytsia and Lviv. The shelling, like the previous one, was very vague. The peculiarity of this shelling was that our equipment recorded more than 10 mopeds. Mopeds is how they call the drones. Leaving our territory for Poland and not returning. This has never happened before. I'm sure that Poles will record fewer. I would not expect any particular reaction. That's what he said about an hour ago. And unlike me, who's sitting there and reading through all this stuff, a lot of these people just, they sit in their own channels, which is understandable because, again, I mean, it's one thing for me to sit here in Latvia and have all this stuff on my computer and on my phone, but I'm pretty sure people in Ukraine are kind of wary that they might get into trouble for reading this. They wouldn't, I know, but, still. That's just videos about the Ukrainian strikes. Milo News, nice little translator stuff about the significant strikes on there. Again, the same Wilson. Oh my God, Milo News. This guy does the thing that I try to do. This is an automated bot programmed by person. Look at him, he only has 6 subscribers. But he's made a bot that basically looks up interesting news, and then he translates them into English. And I've used them once or twice. Oh, we have someone here. Hello there.
2 people actually.
Yeah.
Holy shit, guys.
Hey,
You are
what
up
you up to?
early.
I
Have
have
you seen us?
I have been up to for a while now, and we're streaming on YouTube the comments about the whole war thing.
Have you seen that the Polish Air Force just shot down more than a dozen drones over?
I'm getting to it. Yeah, this is gonna sound strange for people listening on YouTube. Yeah, basically, I'm being told that they just shot more than a dozen drones out. Well, we just read the comments by who was it? It was Rybar who said that Ukraine, like Poles, have to prove that they have drones and all this stuff. Oh boy, we live in look, every time this happens all like I said, you missed out on this. This was at the beginning of how I started recording both my episode and this whole thing. You see, I'm going to repeat the rest of you guys. See, when on the day when I first met my now wife's family, that was our national celebration, like the Midsummer, which is a big pagan festival, the #1 party in Latvia. Like take 4th of July and Thanksgiving measured together, that important, right? That's 23rd of June. Or 24th. Oh, I haven't slept for 2 nights straight, right? So that was the first time ever I met my wife's parents and all of her friends. And thankfully I had my computer with me. I spent that whole night where everyone else was partying, literally sitting there and covering fucking Prigozhin. And now Prigozhin is intimately tied into my family history. Then again, she brought me beer and was kind of nice to me. So that's when I knew she was like, I couldn't let her go, which is amazing. But you see, this always happens. And so for one, also, if you remember the whole Crocus act of terrorism, that was the one day when in a long period of time I had decided to go to my local Magic Gathering store and actually play a pre-release.
Great timing.
Yeah, they are mobilizing the Polish territorial defense.
Yeah, that we already covered. That we covered this whole territorial defense stuff.
So I'm just catching up. I just got up.
Yeah, I just.
No, by the way, it would be very nice if you actually gave that episode a listen, because I was supposed to record this separately, but now I probably just gonna leave it as is, and I hope that works, because I did some important stuff. No, I accidentally opened my YouTube channel. Shouldn't do that. Let's see now. 2 majors. We have comments here about the drones. Sitting in Vatnik channels looking at reactions. So far, the bigger channels are all like, they might be lying. Otherwise, how come magical NATO drone flying to Ukraine unnoticed? They want some sort of proof and everything. Oh, looky here. This is the newest theory by the channel 2 majors. If you click on the whole doobly-doo, I think I posted the link to the stream in the general chat here. Yeah. This is a comment from 2 majors who comments on this, and this goes like this, quote, all of yesterday's and today's Ukrainian propaganda activity is probably related to the new meeting in Ramstein. Zelensky's ambassadors have been knocking on doors all week, demanding $6 billion for military spending, and of course no one will give the Ukrainians this money without alarming news. Therefore, Kyiv is ready for a new Bucha to stir up a scandal with Russian drones, and today's attack on Ukraine will also be twisted somehow to play up the image of victimhood. You know what's the dumbest part here with all this stuff? And that's also to I was actually in Bucha when they just uncovered the bodies. I was among the first people to cover this shit.
Oh
Fuck,
wow.
my fucking cousin was killed there. Anton Gerashenko took me and other people over there, and I also saw how they fucking mine, like how they leave mines just so the kids would die specifically. They looked if you had kids, if you wore a uniform, if you had kids and other things, like they would just intentionally mine you. That stuff, right? This by the way is how and then they just claim it's all fake and everything. Yeah, cool. It's
They're trying to tell you that your own eyes are lying to you.
no, but that is the thing, by the way, because my wife is Belarusian, and I've posted on Substack about that they actually should be the fourth Baltic nation. They today's Belarus is basically what Ukraine would happen if Russia would win, because Lukashenko has destroyed their culture. But basically speaking, all this thing is that Russians in general, not Belarusians, mind you, they're also their own thing. Belarusians are very much closer to Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians. They're really more Baltic. But in the Russian culture, the big one, they have an inability to apologize. They cannot apologize. To them, culturally speaking, apologizing and admitting that you're wrong is like basically a massive loss of honor, which comes again from the historical culture, because also in workplaces over there is no teamwork. Your boss is your god, and if you do the slightest mistake, then you're more afraid of your boss literally yelling at you, punching you, and just making a whole fuss. Like, they're massively afraid of this because they're used to, like, over there, if you do something and apologize, then you're expected to literally prostrate yourself, and that's treated as some sort of mega humiliating process, which is why there's a tendency to just, put the troubles away and make sure nothing gets done there.
That's very different from the Netherlands, where
I know Netherlands
the boss might get mad at the maintenance team for putting up a sign reserving a parking spot for him.
The big problem here, the big problem here is that people on YouTube don't hear you.
Oh.
But you can type this in the comments. Yeah, Kronos here said that it's totally different from how it's like in Netherlands, and yeah, it is. It's a very different mentality here. Again, I try to explain this cultural weirdness all over the place, and there are a lot of specifics because, again, if you want to start listening about my show and understand something, I think my best episodes are like from recent era. Both speak about Russia as a religion. It really tries to be the third Rome, and when it says when Putin says we're gonna go to heaven, but you're all just gonna die, he's not joking. It's not a joke. To them, it's like a very Byzantine attitude where, remember, like in Byzantium, in this their way of orthodoxy, right? The emperor is basically pope. This is where the good czar, bad boyars come from, because czar is sacred, and the whole country is. It's like a religious entity in a way. They never really have any kind of private attitudes towards ownership and such. They've been like put down in a way. I have studied this. I have studied this stuff, and of course, like I'm generalizing, but basically, they are called by the more by the thinking parts. They're those people who still watch Solovyev and all these TV things. It's like vague. I mean, that's as vague statement as as we return back from our 6-week stay in Netherlands. Now, by the way, everyone else, how we explain Dutch to people, like. As much as like the natural status of Dutch is that if you move more than 200 meters away from a canal, you start to dry out. And when you're depressed, your way of solving this is going to one of those little small farmers markets and starting selling things.
It's not entirely inaccurate. Also, regarding the religion thing about Russia, I guess you can also see this a lot in the way they treat, for instance, Lenin's body.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's very similar to how they treat their Orthodox saints as these weird on-display bodies in some monastery.
Look, for one, Lenin was extremely anti-religious, not atheistic, anti-religious, and fought back hard against religion in Russia specifically. It wasn't because It wasn't because of anything else. It was purely political. It's just that Lenin was actually coming from intelligentsia. He was a smart person. He understood that for the society over there, which was basically serf villages and then elites living over there in Moscow, for the whole system to change, he couldn't just, give them all proletariat. When Lenin started the revolution, proletariat, the working class, actual workers in factories, were about 3 to 5% of Russian. So he had to replace them. They had to replace their way of life with something. So he basically went about rooting out religion and replacing it with, communism, which is why it still lives today. I mean, it also makes sense. He even used the same methods, because at least, in our parts, when literacy arrived here, for the last pagans of Europe, and that arrived later, since, we also have had our own fair share of things, of German overlords and other things like that. But the thing is, in Russia, there was a massive, in a lot of cases, when you look at Europe, you understand that literacy comes, for example, with Christianity. There are these missionaries or priests or whatever, at least in our ends, who come over and then they teach you the word of God, and that's how you learn how to read. Lenin sent in people from the kolkhoz reading them Communist Manifesto and Marxist ideology. They literally, the very first book that you or anyone in your family is being given to learn how to read is this Communist Manifesto thing. Obviously, people will go crazy there.
Yeah, that's
I have already spoken about this, and I'll leave this for another day, but I like topics like these. I am old and miserable, but I like to talk about such weird things. Now let me find... Okay. Wait, what? We have news from Poland. We have news from Poland, everyone. Poland has convened an emergency government meeting due to this Russian attack. According to government spokesman Adam Slapka, the prime minister is currently meeting with ministers responsible for national security. So this is on. Also, Kronos, I will.
Yeah.
I know that I will have some requests for you. You see, you shall have to send me some cheese. I will transfer you money, but you must send me some gold, because god damn it, I love your cheese.
I'll see what I can do. I
It
don't
keeps
exactly
me-
live near a place where I can easily get larger quantities.
No,
that I
it's
can easily send abroad.
no. You don't have to actually send them.
Yeah.
My aunt lives and works in The Hague. She's been there for 10 years. You can just probably leave it at her place, and then she'll.
That's
send
like-
it over there.
3 hours by train for me.
Where do you live?
Near the German border.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have, he says he lives near the German border. Yeah, we went to
I'm
Köln for a
rural
bit, so.
Dutchie.
Oh, well, welcome to the eastern border. I live, my house is 24 kilometers from Russian border.
Yeah, that's...
Okay. Мир сегодня с Юрий Подоляка. Юрий Подоляka is another one of those official Vatnik bloggers. He is in the pool of people who, when Putin does his showing off of military bloggers for the people, he's in there. And all this. Oh, you can. People tell me that. Oh wait, yeah, you can be heard, but because it happens because I have my loud headphones and all this mess. Okay.
No,
Let me Yuri Podolyaka. Well, I actually need an introduction. So basically, he comments on this way. Yuri Podolyaka is he's one of those Ukrainians who were very pro-Russian for large amounts of money, and he's the total dick. But he says this thing, quote. By the way, ignore all the documented stuff that's happening here. This post happened literally 3 minutes ago. Quote, Russian geraniums over Poland. Geraniums is Russian Shahed. Last night, several UAVs flew into Polish territory. No one has yet determined their class. Perhaps there were geraniums, perhaps Gerberas, or maybe something else. What is important here is something else. The reaction of the Polish and Ukrainian sides. Ukrainian public figures are calling their Polish allies, putting that in air quotes, tolerant and are demanding that Poland enter the war with Russia. They even created a Wikipedia page, which once again proved the marginal nature of this information project. Yeah, those of you who missed the part where I recorded my actual audio episode as regular, this is nothing new. We mentioned Stalin worshipping murder cultists there. Do check it out, it's interesting. But the Poles are not falling for it and only announced the call up of reservists, apparently for unscheduled exercises as a result of last night's events. And all this is happening against the backdrop of yesterday's Israeli missile strike on Qatar, for which official Tel Aviv has not received any particular criticism, not only from Poland, but from anyone at all, except Qatar itself. All in all, it has been a very revealing day. We await the results of today's raid. In western Ukraine, something very significant is burning in some places, in brackets, and not only in public. Yeah, this is the problem, because they get this. I know why he posted this. Normally, because I get sent these things sometimes too. I've used them in the episodes. Normally they get sent these guidelines about what to mention, what to not mention, how to do it. Basically, the usual very much state-owned media stuff. But they can't not post about this mess because, well, it's a mess. It's a big event. But they also have to be very careful about how they word this. So they also firmly believe, this guy firmly believes, they have no sources. They never quote anyone. And the fact that, the facts are that they have, shot down a couple of drones. The facts are that they have called the call up of reservists and everything. But, that makes some important general look stupid for maybe a mistake. So you have to make it look good. So he focuses on the fact that, Ukrainians, he's 100% sure, trust me, bro, absolutely, that obviously Ukrainians would want the Polish to join in their side. This fact, by the way, where this comes from Igor Girkin, and that was in the early part of my today's episode. I have to advertise that stuff. I really spent a lot of effort in there. But basically, they have to put in something which their audience will absolutely buy into, because that's been around for a long while. They firmly believe that actually all the hidden plans of Poles is to take over half of Ukraine, and all this stuff. It's a bizarre, it's a religious thing almost, and then try to make it look good while not even revealing something important. Another big issue that I have with these guys is that they fuck up war journalism is all. Because I went through a proper boot camp for journalists. Basically, I've studied all these laws. There's a bunch of rules. I read OPSEC and all this stuff, right? And this is why I don't post things I'm not supposed to by various rules, and I'd never touch guns there, and I can't actually, while I'm over there and working, I'm not allowed to do anything. I'm allowed to probably pull someone out of direct fire and put on a tourniquet on them later. I'm not even allowed to touch anything. And then these assholes, they just they film how they're passing the ammo to tanks, and then they're complaining about the fact that while they're on the front lines doing things that are against every international law whatsoever, that they get hit, because obviously, unlike in my pictures where I had this blue helmet and press everywhere, they don't wear those things. They're little stupid annoyances. You would understand this shit.
Yeah, there was this documentary air quotes, made by the Australian public, or for the Australian public broadcaster, where this guy was trying to tell the story from the Russian side. At one point, he was literally sitting on a tank in Russian uniform with Russian military markings, riding into combat with Russian soldiers. He was indistinguishable.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. See, Russia. See, these people have a tendency, because that's very useful by Putin's government. This is what happens. This is what happens when you turn toughness into its extreme, with any virtue. It's a meme about the Russian toughness is basically a meme, the thing that they're known for, right? But if you're a cunning leader, then you turn this into an extremes. So now there's a term for this, terpils. They would rather tough it out than do anything about anything. It's just a sort of weird. This is what 25 years of straight up propaganda and massive apathy does to you, and there. And again, I have relatives in St. Petersburg. They don't watch television at all. They're artistic people and such, and they're really afraid. I have only spoken to them when I smuggled my aunt into Russia for that one article. That was crazy. And because I can't enter Russia anymore, I'll be arrested instantly. And the thing is that they were really worried about this stuff, because right now, and again, I covered this in my whole longer episode. If you're it used to be normal for people to be more try to avoid the war because there are a bunch of normal people who don't like this stuff, and living in a dictatorship like is rough to them. But now these Vatniks, right? They're taking over, and now they're bothering everyone with their bizarro laws and whatnot. I mean, I haven't posted this, but that whole letter of 10 points, what to do if your husband who returns from the special military operation is beating you up. They have lists like this. I mean, it's a bizarre country. See, that was, by the way, one of my biggest problems when I started the show. Why it went really slowly at the beginning, because I had to self-censor myself from various things that I have like books and photos of and documentation of, because people just wouldn't believe me. It's like reality is unrealistic thing.
Yeah.
I mean, on the other hand, like, look, I do have to. You will be proud of me. We visited Netherlands twice together with my wife. Once just in a vacation. Another time was when we had to be in exile for a while. We've spent about 3 months in total living in Schiedam. We haven't went to Amsterdam. We went to Keukenhof instead. Much prettier place. Highly recommended.
Yeah.
Amsterdam, like, it's kind of weird because the locals that I had contact with told us that no one loves Amsterdam, even people who live in Amsterdam. Well, it's cool in King's Day, but that's a
there's a couple of nice places in Amsterdam. If you ever get the chance again, I highly recommend visiting the Royal Palace. It's an absolutely breathtaking building on the inside.
I absolutely will. That's what I'm gonna do. I mean, look, I've been to Netherlands quite a bunch of times because, again, my aunt lives there. One of my best friends lives there. My admin of my Discord server lives there too. Yeah, and for some reason, out of all the countries where people actually listen to my show, because, again, I'm trying to reach you guys, a bit younger audience here, because my main audience is in the United States, and those are the people who drive to work because you have to drive everywhere. But sadly, due to the US situation, Patreon's going down and podcasting ads pay less, and well, I am stuck into this career full time, so I can't just get a random stuff. But basically, this whole thing is that I'm working on this, and the Netherlands is kind of like a magical place, because in Europe, outside the United States, I'm mostly listened in Netherlands and Romania in Europe. I know your Ministry of Defense listened to my show.
I can imagine that. I've actually spoken with some people from the Ministry of Defense in the previous cabinet. They seem like the types to have someone keep an eye on media from the Baltic states.
Yeah, and also, if you will give my show a listen, then you'll understand that I actually take my gonzo style and being like straight up about stuff very seriously, because, again, my hero was Hunter S. Thompson in Spy to Jerusalem, and I also read all the horrible comments about modern journalism these days, and it pisses me off. And I'm only half joking about the fact that if you actually take your profession seriously and want to do a good job, then you make less money than people who just do the paid articles about all sorts of nonsense. Journalism problems 101. Then again. See, that's the issue. I've seen a bunch of people on YouTube complaining about, how they're YouTubers and how they shouldn't complain about their work. Well, I'm a journalist. I do stuff. I don't know much about this thing, and it's pretty difficult. It's not a glamorous career choice if you actually want to do it right.
Yeah, I can imagine it's.
I'm
glad I'm in IT.
Oh yeah, you guys are.
Pays a lot better.
IT is nice. About that one. I have a connection. I've built connections all over the place. There's a podcast called Advent of Computing. That's a computer science guy who makes basically a podcast about the history of early days of computers. And we started communicating after I listened to his show, and then I grabbed my buddy, who's also an IT guy, who does machine learning stuff, and we made an episode about the Soviet history of computing. All this mess was glorious.
Is there anything actually there beyond Tetris?
Oh yeah, we can start by the fact that Soviet Union lagged behind in computers for a while because because Stalin thought that cybernetics, just as genetics, were a lženauka, a false science. So he didn't study them at all. But then actually, in Ukraine, they had various experiments. They had a water-based trinary system computer that didn't go really far, but they had a lot of that stuff happening. And also in my childhood, my first computer was ZX Spectrum, because we made the rip-offs, which actually had improvements over the original, because the one that we got that was sold in UK had like RAM limitations. It had, because we had more of this, and because of the fact that during the Soviet era, people did radio amateur stuff, so basically they could have more powerful radios and could hear Western radio. And the whole system collapses, but you have very strong radio equipment. And you have ZX Spectrums. Obviously rip-offs, but nobody cares at the time. So how can you combine these two things? The programs on ZX Spectrum came on tapes. For a bit, during late nights, if you turn to certain stations, they would be like, right now we shall be transmitting game. Press record, and then just beeps all over the place.
That's actually pretty clever.
See, that's the thing, is the cleverness came from the fact that, again, a lot of things. This is why my show, by the way, started. That's why I've been at this for years and what I did in the early days, because we had to be clever, because we really didn't have a lot of stuff. We had to be inventive, and there's a lot of misconceptions out there. Because again, the dumbest question I've ever heard from Western tankies, no less. In one of these cases, one of them tried to argue with me, and as a point for their argument, they literally pulled out Brezhnev-era Soviet constitution and tried to tell me that, look, but in the constitution it says that there is no censorship and there is freedom of religion in the Soviet Union.
Right.
Which is funny.
The thing about laws is that they have to actually be enforced in order to be in effect.
Yeah.
Hello, Interel. And but the other thing, which is like the ultimate dumbest question, which is I did not know how to answer this one, which still stunned me, which I use an example, is that in one of like actual conferences where I went to talk about this stuff, one of them, like American listener, asked me about the thing which he found mundane, really. He said, you always speak about like very everyday things, 'cause, I like people's history. And so he asked me, well, I really like pizza. Could you please tell me how much did it cost to have a pizza delivery to your home? It is
Was it even possible?
Well, in 1986, near my old place in Riga, there was a single place which experimented with tiny pizzas. No, there wasn't no such thing. It was just like, it makes no sense. For one, another thing that people don't get is that, for example, Soviet Union had no toilet paper up until 1988. In 1986, they started producing it in little kind of squared packages for hotels only, but it appeared only much later. Many other things as well, which is why another example is that a lot of things that we only discovered in the 90s got their names from various things that were on the TV at the time that we saw first time used there. So our word that's like known throughout the whole country here for the silvery duct tape, which is interesting because that happens in Lithuania. Oh, sorry, that happens in Estonia and Latvia. In Lithuania, they don't do this, which is weird. Again, maybe different culture, but we call it the MacGyver tape because the MacGyver tape.
MacGyver. Yeah.
MacGyver tape. That's an old.
Duct tape, you mean?
Yeah, we call that the MacGyver tape, based on the series. Yeah. It's a weird little thing.
We simply call it Lipny Juosta, which means sticky tape.
Yeah, I know. I find it interesting because Estonians also call it MacGyver tape. Finns call it Jesus tape. But you then again, you Lithuanians have like. You have your own word quirks. See, my wife is a Baltic philologist. She's actually now studying Lithuanian in her classes, and it's always weird when we visit. Maybe because I'm also friends with one of your podcasters / YouTubers. There's a guy called Edvinas, and he makes a thing called Neredaguota. Maybe you have heard of that thing. I don't know how popular he is. He works in Lithuanian.
Don't really know that much about the Lithuania content creation scene, other than the fucking license TV, which is a really funny one because it's basically a content creator who fucking transitioned into becoming a news channel for and a political one, no less.
Look, that's my story too. When I started out, weirdly enough, because I started my podcast back in 2013.
That's a while ago.
Yeah, I started it out because I was listening to this Dan Carlin thing and everything. And now it turns out that I literally accidentally started podcasting as a genre in our whole fucking region. I'm the oldest one, and that happened by accident because, yeah, weird shit, man. It's just, it feels weird because, you know, that also has made me feel old because now people are like, when like people who are in their early 20s come to me and call me uncle and ask me advice about this stuff, I feel strange. I don't know. Okay, one of the best things though that I feel, which why I have kept my sanity, is that as I work in English, I am basically unknown in my home country. Like only like 200 people from Latvia listen to my show. My main audience everywhere. Like I have like over 1 million listeners on Spotify and other platforms, but they're all basically from the United States. In Latvia, it's like 200 people. So I kind of enjoy anonymity here, and this is why I also feel very strange when someone comes over, and then they kind of like ask, then they start to treat me like a celebrity. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? It is weird and bizarre, and I don't know how this works. Because honestly speaking, I randomly stumbled upon a niche when that thing was open, and just worked my ass off and took this whole journalism thing seriously. And now, people are asking me advice about other stuff too. Like, how do you gain a lot of followers? I don't fucking know, nor do I care. It's just something stupid because Meanwhile, by the way, with the whole explanation thing, well, Lithuanians, like I would like to explain this. Baltic states can be. I hope my Lithuanian friend here will agree with me. The way how to explain Baltic states to nerdy people out there about our connection is the fact that you can explain them with D&D classes. Lithuanians are like the fighter guy, the paladin. They are all about their warfare. Look at their flag, their capitals in a very defensible position. They're the fighter guys.
The historically largest one as well.
Yeah, very very martial, all this stuff. We're somewhere in between. Latvians are somewhere between a rogue and a bard because we've always been like. We have Hanseatic history. We've always been like the merchant guys. We're in between. We have Daugava, all this mess. And no one the fuck knows what Lithuanians are doing. They're up there in the north, and sometimes they do some wizardry, like invent Skype, for example. But then they're just weird.
The reason why Riga came up in my hometown's history.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm from a Hanseatic city as well, so. That's where the connection lies.
It also kind of makes sense. By the way, the easiest way how to explain our country to you is that Latvia is about the same size as Belgium and Netherlands combined, but our population is about 2 million people.
Yeah, that is something a lot of Dutch people don't really seem to grasp just how small, like the Baltic states are and how large the Netherlands actually.
Yeah,
population.
You're not a country. You're one huge city state. Like all of that is a city.
Well, if you go east, then it definitely becomes more of a country again. Like there's definitely countryside here.
Yeah, but like I'm really fascinated by all these little things. For example, how all this stuff like varies. Because for example, when I visited the United States, like in their map projections that we use, right, New York is up there in the north and such. But if you look at the globe, it's like New York is about the same level as Amsterdam. It's generally much.
No, actually, much more further south. It's on the level of Lisbon, even.
Well, basically, yeah. So, this is why they drink so much water all the time, and why they actually take way more showers than we do, because it's super hot there. It's just that they perceive this as all the same. And by the way, same goes about like water, because I wrote the thing in Substack about Belarus, and why I honestly believe that they should be basically the fourth Baltic country. My main argument is the cold beet borscht, cold beet soup. Lithuanians are the original inventors, but it's like literally only popular in Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and Belarus. Nowhere else. Oh. And another bunch of other things. So I went through that stuff. But like I studied this thing, and well, it's kind of hard to explain, especially to people who listen to me from, say, Arizona or other places. Yeah, the Baltics and Belarus, we're stuck on one of the largest world's aquifers. Like, there is The only place in the Baltics that doesn't have an aquifer is some southern, like very border with Poland, like a tiny sliver of Lithuania. Everywhere else, you basically put your well over there, like where you have to dig less and for aesthetic reasons. And apparently,
I mean, famously, this place was a fucking marshland, which the Germans, German knights found out the hard way.
Yeah, and look, as I explained this, if you look, the German knights had their troubles with that stuff. Another thing who had issues was like, it's a mega swampy forest. Another explanation is imagine like Louisiana but cold, basically.
Yeah.
And like on the other hand, like if you look at the Mongol Empire map at its largest extent, you'll understand that they arrived at a huge wall that's basically one huge swamp forest lake throughout, and they were like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go there with my horse." That's the whole issue.
Yeah.
Well, that's a weird thing, but you know, the biggest problem there is that in a lot of ways, I also find it weird that Americans, by the way, have much more in common with Russia culturally than they have with Western Europe, to be honest. If you think about this, but in ways that you probably might not even understand. For one, think about this. They both are very religious, just in different ways. Right? Americans they're Protestant and such. They all are very patriotic. They like their own flags. They like their martial culture. They also tend to have a bit of like, it's kind of in a way that at least in the United States, they try to show off their toughness, but at the same time they feel like everything Europe related is kind of more sophisticated. Because when we were over there, because I've spent like 2 years in total over there, like I understood that no one knows where Latvia is, but you tell people that, oh, I'm from Europe. And they're like, oh, old world. Oh, so amazing. When you say you're European, it's automatically like more fancy. And that's also, by the way, why they have this other concept of the British. Because over here, what do we see? We see the stag parties and fucking chavs doing their bullshit and pissing
and idiotic tourists.
Oh man, yeah, fuck them. Over there, what do they see? They see like what? The upper class who can afford to fly over there. Duh.
Yeah. Like in the Netherlands, British tourists mostly come in the news in an item reading something along the lines of 15 British tourists got drunk and sank a boat in Amsterdam.
Oh man,
Like,
I do have a recent case of shitty tourism was with Ajax fans.
Yeah, that's...
Oh yeah, I'm legally obliged to say that due to my connections and my admin of my own server, we're legally all Feyenoord fans.
And I don't care for football in the slightest.
Oh
so
no,
that's good.
see, that's the thing. By the way, I also didn't care.
Never coming home.
Okay, I did not care about sports back in your age, except for hockey. I mean, hockey is the number one sport here.
Obviously.
The same thing for
Typical Latvian.
Well, duh. I mean, look, you guys have your basketball, we have our hockey, and the Estonians have... I don't fucking know. Lately, they've been doing everything, really. I was surprised to see them in the Euros. Oh, man, the fucking Euros. If we would have, like, lost to you guys by, like, a point or two, I would understand, but, like, losing by fucking 11 points... Like at this point, it was so bad that Latvian press actually we weren't even like we weren't even angry at you guys. We were like, fuck's sakes, man! Kristaps Porzingis was the only one putting in effort. Like the biggest thing was like, I don't know the name on your basketball team, the little guy with like the bald head. Our commentator, yeah, the bald head little guy who threw in a bunch of those penalty shots. Our commentator is focused on the fact that this guy, he basically lacks any talent, but he's there because of his hardcore work ethic, and Lithuanians work as a fucking team, and we suck. Our only complaint was the fact that putting a Polish judge on that game is like, well, that's not exactly neutral in this case. But that was the only one. Everything else went to basically, we were like, look, Lithuanians beat us, so like horrible. That's the thing. Like then again, I feel sad because like for me, when you get older, at one point, I kind of understood that I'm watching sports now more, especially football and Formula One, Because after a while, because I grew up in the era where reality shows were popular, and then there was all this incoming of all these all this fake media bullshit, when people fake out things, and I hate that stuff. And you understand when you watch sports, that's a moment where they don't they're athletes, they're trying, that's something real, the emotions are real, they're trying, and they're it might not have much might not have much other value besides entertainment, but it's something real and it kind of soothes your mind and makes you relax more. And that becomes important after a while, because, oh boy, that shit hits hard. I mean, I've lived through fucking collapse of the Soviet Union, to 2008 financial crisis, now COVID, and now look what I'm doing in relation to this fucking war. Ugh.
Yeah.
Then again, I do have to say, Belgium does have better food than you guys in the Netherlands. Except two things. Cheese and, what was this fish thing? Kibbeling.
Herring, yeah.
No, like the kibbeling thing, the
Well,
fried fish.
Oh, kibbeling, yeah. Yeah, that's just chunks of fried fish. Usually something
Here's the funny thing about the Dutch. So you guys have the better public infrastructure, and
Oh, yeah,
here's
absolutely.
the funny thing about food. If you don't have any good food, take the Lithuanian method. Just steal it from your neighbors.
I mean, that's, by the way, a problem here. Well, I was really surprised because, whenever I visit Vilnius, I always go to, what was this, Etno Dvaras. I go to Šnekotis and Etno Dvaras. Those are two things I need to go. And the problem is that for some fucking reason, they don't sell cepelinas here, or how you're supposed to call it now, diškokulis. It's just like...
Cepelini, yeah.
I find that super strange. Oh yeah, and if anyone watching this later, if you want to get filthy rich, then you want to move to like our place where real estate is still for reasonable prices, open up a Mexican food truck. I shit you not, we lack proper Mexican food trucks here. We lack a lot of good stuff. Like, for some reason, poutine does not exist. The French dish, which is basically cheese, gravy, and potatoes. It's amazing. And over here, this was made once in some sort of hipster place where they, instead of gravy, used the cranberry jam. And, well, the embassy guys listened to my show, and then I went to... and then they went to that place and politely told them that, well, your dish is nice, but could you please, rename it? That's kind of not it. I do have to check the chat now.
Yeah, here the biggest foreign fast food is Turkish. There are so much kebab everywhere here.
Oh yeah, kebabs too.
Same here.
Because
Yeah.
I figured the weirdest part is that right now, at the moment, we have these, because our laws are stupid sometimes, and our government tries to, instead of thinking about problem, they do ban instead and don't think about consequences. We recently, I mentioned this on the episode, we recently tried to fight, kids drinking by lowering the hours when you could buy alcohol. It used to be from 8 in the morning to 10 in the evening. Now it's from 10 in the morning to 8 in the evening and to 6 in the... You know what happened?
You guys are doing the thing that we did.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no.
I know. Guess what? Currently, all the old 90s tochkas where you buy illegal booze are coming back, and they're now selling this whole Soviet-style trойной одеколон, basically a cologne that was invented in Prohibition-era Soviet Union, which is basically pure spirits with food coloring in it. And they're now selling it for Euro 50, for 250 milliliters, and it's all that shit is coming back. I mean... They just don't have... Brain is not applied normally here.
Yeah, that's the classic attempting to constrain the market, forgetting that trying to constrain a market is like trying to nail pudding to a wall.
Yeah,
Good
and
luck.
over here, what we have... so basically, when we introduced our we didn't just introduce that when you could buy alcohol shit, we also introduced the raised age limit, which all that has led to is third-party alcohol sellers just exploding.
Look, over here,
Because
they wanted to do this with cigarettes. And I think they did this, so they raised the 20, but they wanted to do this with alcohol. However, due to the fact that when I went to Ukraine for the first time ever, there was only one guy in the embassy and he was really good, so he got promoted to the assistant to our Minister of Foreign Affairs. Then we elected our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our president. So that's how I got our president on the show once. And when that happened, I took up my phone and messaged directly my whole list of fucking arguments why, no, we kind of don't want to become United States in this area. In fact, there's a lot of areas where we don't want to become United States. I really, by the way, enjoyed that argument about, like, I think that American guy who said that we should, not subsidize our farmers. Yeah, I mean, where else are we going to get our rye bread and all the tastiness? I mean, are we supposed to eat Chinese tomatoes? They're less tasty. Everyone knows that.
To be fair, Europe still, especially some European countries, have very effective agricultural sectors. Others, not so much. And the way we've structured our common agricultural policy subsidies do severely distort parts of the market. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with the butter mountains and the milk lakes from the 90s?
Oh yeah, I know that stuff.
Yeah.
That is some weird nonsense. But like over here, right in the Baltics, population density is very low, and we very much remember our old pagan ways. Like our administrative, like in Latvia, administrative divisions are literally our old pagan lands and such. So, and everyone, especially because of Soviet era, where you physically could not buy food in the stores, having some relatives in the countryside growing their own food was a method of fucking survival, dude. So, we stick to, like, we genuinely love our farmers, and when and everyone knows, because I was stunned. Another culture shock for me personally was that on Blue Sky I was followed by a guy who's apparently an activist, political activist from UK, who insists to have the right to roam. What that means is that he would have the right to actually go into the forest and pick up mushrooms there, because that's highly illegal due to the fact that they've basically run out of forests. And among his posts was the fact that they are super happy that they have reintroduced beavers over there. And then I realized, man, we're in the border of Europe, and we're much more, actually, very much nature oriented than anyone else, I presume.
Yeah, we don't. The otter is back here, and it is actually causing some, but to the Dutch might almost be national security issues, because they dig holes.
Well, I live not my
into
house.
Dikes.
My house. What the hell is?
Which is a really big fucking problem.
Oh, okay. I have actually. This is not Polish rockets, because I'm really waiting for how that stuff ends, because I'm gonna have to write a report. But this is really good. I'm gonna drop this in a translator, because I mean, I can read and write and speak fluent Russian, but doing mass translations will just take time. So now I just use DeepL, and then I go over their mistakes, because there are some, but it's gotten way better than it used to be. This is a nice letter from, what was this channel? Krutichin, one of those Vatnik guys. He quotes Reuters. Quote, Putin fears veterans of the Soviet-Afghan war. Reuters reports, citing sources close to the Kremlin, which I have another story about. It's ridiculous. The president perceives the mass return of war veterans to civilian life as a threat due to the risks of increased crime, other social problems, and protest sentiment. This, by the way, is also covered in the latest episode that I made. The publication notes that Russian authorities fear a repeat of the situation of the 90s, when Afghans joined the ranks of organized crime en masse and formed their own gangs. Pro tip, that's exactly what's happening right now. However, the Kremlin considers the political factor to be the priority threat, rather than everyday crime, which affects ordinary citizens but not high-ranking officials. The inability of former military personnel to secure the level of income that they were accustomed to during the war, coupled with the high level of radicalization in the environment. Yep, this is exactly what I just recorded about. Creates the conditions for the destabilization of the political system. Strangely enough, nationalistic sentiments are very common among the denazifiers. This is a nice translation. It's not strange for anyone living in our region. Along with many complaints against the official authorities. All this mess. Well, basically, the 90s are going to happen again over there, and we're going to have to deal with a bunch of weirdness.
Yeah, good luck. You're right next to it.
Yeah, but there's this whole thing. Again, we're at least prepared for this. We know what to do. Look, what was this? I think it was Lithuania's song in one of the Eurovision Song Contests, which I normally don't watch because I'm more a metalhead guy. But they had a really cool song called Eastern European Funk, and it had a lyric which I will always remember. Well, we survived the Reds and 2 world wars. Yeah, okay, cool. Like,
we also didn't qualify with that one.
Also, like, dude, we have experience in that system. We'll be fine. Now, everyone else. What I have, by the way, noticed, what I have noticed is that at least like over here, the newer generation is just trying to assimilate more, and it's kind of funny about their whole language and everything. But yeah, just it's a massive issue because again, like it stems from the fact that they value their mega empire and they really believe that it's like be all end all of everything.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Latvia, wasn't there a recent wave of deportations of fucking Russian speakers in Latvia?
Yeah, we deported about 15 people. There's about 800 more on the list though. But then again, we extended the fact. The thing is like this: we went out there and we were like, okay, you have 2 years to learn Latvian. You hadn't learned Latvian in 50 or more or whatever. Well, please do learn this. And if you were a EU citizen, like it only applies. It doesn't even apply to these so-called non-citizens or aliens. It only applies to Russian citizens living here. And this situation exists because back when the 2008 crisis happened, Russia literally advertised if you were born in the Soviet Union, like I was. I'm still 1989. Right? They advertised denouncing your current citizenship and getting a Russian one because back then you could go and retire about 5-10 years earlier and the pension size was larger. So they advertised denouncing their... So this is why we have a bunch of Russian citizens, not even non-citizens, over here. And these guys are the ones who had to do this stuff, which is just bizarre. But that's one of those weird effects that has happened here.
Mm.
This happened. You guys in Lithuania, I guess you have more. You have Polish issues and such. I guess more.
So we have our issues with the Polish minority, who are some of the only pro-Russian Poles you'll ever find. But yeah, but over here, combining the Russian minority and the Polish minority, those guys do not make up anywhere near as big of a minority in Lithuania as they do in Latvia and Estonia.
Well, truth to be told, Vilnius is a Jewish city. Okay, it used to be. Used to be. Then again,
Germany.
the small little town that's the closest to where I live, Ludze. Yeah, that place also was majority Jewish because, in our region, Livonia was the autonomous part of the Russian Empire, and when pogroms happened, Jews just crossed over the border and kind of stayed there. So I know that stuff. Okay, cool. We have something. We have 2 majors commenting on more Poland news. Oh dear Lord, I had other things to do today. Quote: 2 majors, big Vatnik channel. How many? They have 1 million. They have over 1,200,000 subscribers. And they read the following quote: Poland is convening an emergency government meeting. The extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers is scheduled for 8 a.m. local time. That is in 8 minutes. Prime Minister Donald Tusk also held consultations with the country's defense agencies. One of the UAVs that allegedly flew into Polish territory was found near the Belarusian border. Beloved wife, if you're listening to this probably fell somewhere near your ancestral home. This appears to be a cover-up operation for the Polish air defense and air forces activities against our Geraniums over western Ukraine. There was no evidence of the Geraniums entering Poland. Except all the evidence that I have been providing for the past few, hours and such, but no one cares. The idea of using NATO air defense from the territory of countries bordering Ukraine has long been voiced by Kiev, while the airfields of Romania and Moldova are used by the Ukrainian Air Force. The course for escalation is set by Europe. I mean, that... And now, dear people who might be watching this, imagine that they do this with everything all the time. That's the thing that's really hard to explain to Western audiences. The fact that Russian government lies constantly in 100% of cases. Default presume that they're lying if they're not doing hard evidence. Because over there, for like normal minds, you would presume that like, come on, it is impossible for like them to be constantly lying about everything all the fucking time.
Well, the thing is with
But they
Russia,
do.
you have to bear in mind I don't think they've ever once honored a single one of their agreements,
Yeah, like
internationally.
Yeah, but that has turned into a thing, because like a bunch of things are like, come on, like it can't. See, that is the whole idea. For normal minds, it is literally they have weaponized their strangeness and the fact that they do not function like a normal country. I mean, like I remember like before I started, one of the things that pushed me to even start this was when I was working in my regional newspaper just after university, and I listened to Slate's Political Gabfest back in 2010 or something, and there was some news concerning our region and Russia, and they introduced a lady. I don't remember her name, but like I remember the fact that this American podcast run by, I think, related to like big media organizations, presented a lady whose credentials were like, oh, I lived in Rublyovka for half a year. Of course I'm an expert on Russia and the Baltics. You lived in the most expensive oligarch region of Moscow for half a year. And also, the same thing, by the way, happened when I was in the Telegraph. I was on the Telegraph Ukraine War podcast. They invited me over, and there was a British guy, and he also just could not accept the fact that. When I tried to tell him, like I speak like in Latvia, I talk about a lot of this, Soviet mentality. You know that shit. Like, and the fact that he found it hard to believe that over here, especially if you're like from my parents' generation, like in your 50s. Yeah, if you speak to someone who's from the West, you don't tell them about your real problems. You try to brush things up to make things look better. It's a thing to hide some things. Also, considered impolite to speak outright, to kind of brush things over. People are dealing with this now, but it's like a thing that's thankfully going away here in the Baltics. But it exists still in some senses, and the fact that, my show exists to basically explain to people who are actually really good professionals, and I respect them, but the fact that you have to know the cultural parts, and to think that someone from Australia using a translator talking with a Ukrainian person while I speak to him directly in Russian, sadly, because I don't know Ukrainian, but the fact that we are getting the same information out there, yeah, that's not happening. That's not how it works. And that's the thing, by the way, which is why which is what I'm trying to push through, because there are a lot of bizarre little cultural shifty things going on there, and it's like it's kind of hard to even explain and such. Oh, man. And this has been like the hardest part for me, especially when it comes to trying to explain this. And also the fact that, I've reached 36 now. I've been working at this for 13 years. This is my 13th year of doing this stuff, right? And you would imagine that after a while, after you've actually, managed to work hard and do real effort, yeah, that generation still looks at, I'm not in a privileged position oftentimes when it comes to people who are like in their 20s too, especially when it comes to like dealing with Western media and such, and you can still feel the fact that it's like they know we're smart and talented people, but like, oh, you didn't have your education from this super prestigious school where you had to pay stupid amounts of money for I don't know what reason. Yeah. It's a thing. Like, elitism really is a problem, and they would, if you even start talking about this, then people are like, when it comes to words and talking nice, politically correct and proper things, I mean, EU does that all the time. We're technically like super democratic and ultra liberal, but then there's like, you turn around and then we like just ignore whatever Erdogan is doing because, we kind of need to be friends with him right now.
Yeah, it is ultimately, Realpolitik tends to find a way into a country's policy eventually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, another thing, by the way, which you guys don't have in the Netherlands, but that we have here, like one thing that has changed is the fact that people here that are about like in their 20s, if they're not very smart, they watch American media a lot, and then they presume that we have the same problems as they have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People do that here as well. Like a couple of years ago, there was actually a leftist group here protesting police brutality,
Yep.
demanding that the government do something about it. Meanwhile, the cops were standing there 2 streets away, protesting that they, didn't have a fucking car, because the budget got cut.
Yeah, this is.
It was kind of insane.
We had a we had a protest in solidarity with Black Lives Matter movement and against that shit too.
Yeah, same shit here. It was
like
pretty weird.
you at least have due to historical reasons, you at least have like a population of black people there. Over here in Latvia, what we have is like athletes, artists, like people who have come here, except a very, very, very tiny amount of people due to Soviet weirdness. One of my weirdest friends is he's black, but he's born Latvian because of a Soviet program where they basically grabbed students from Africa, spread communism obviously, and they basically transferred them to have education over here in these parts. So in the 1980s, his dad arrived from I think it was Somalia, managed to plop up a kid and then promptly left. The guy has never even seen his dad and speaks like only Latvian. He's native born. But due to the fact that, we don't have a lot of people like that, then, he often gets weird looks. And also, this also plays into the fact that a lot of people, we have a stereotype of being racist. Well, what do you expect if, like, for 99% of, like, grandma in the countryside, what does she know about other races? Okay, she knows about black people from Hollywood movies and gangster rap videos. If that's your only way of referencing something, what do you expect? It's just, it's some...
Here in the Netherlands, the culture that I notice people really fail to understand is Eastern European cultures in general. Basically, anyone that had to suffer through communism.
Oh yeah, see the thing is in Netherlands you have this advantage, the fact that it's really fucking comfy to live in Netherlands.
Yeah.
People tend to get along and not argue about bullshit when they're living there. But while I was staying there for my 6 weeks exile, I was staying in Schiedam, and that's a very immigrant-y place. And I had like a Polish pub right next to a mosque, basically. And it was like, it was.
That's a sight.
That was very interesting because then it's like, then for me who's not used to that stuff, it's a bit scary, looking at all the Arabs. We just don't see that every day. But when you try to fall asleep and you hear the customary kurva outside the window, then it kind of feels like a bit nicer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you hear the fucking? Did you at the very least get some dumb teenagers fucking setting off fireworks at 3 a.m. for no fucking reason?
I wasn't there during Christmas. I was told about this shit. It's so weird.
Not Christmas, like literally any time. Like
yeah, that is mostly like a sine wave. The lowest points are during summer, and it is the highest at New Year's. Because basically you can just buy fireworks here and set them off basically unsupervised. So every New Year it sounds like a fucking war zone.
Look, every generation will find some stupid shit what to do. It's just normal.
Now they're currently trying to ban it, and honestly the way some people here are trying to do that really pisses me off. Because they're trying to make it an EU law.
Oh yeah, those things are just silly. Over here, I feel like we had another issue because like I was born just as I was born 5 days after the Baltic Way, right? My mom was in the hospital then, and over here, at least in Latvia, I felt the fact that all my parents' generation were like, yeah, you're gonna be the generation that builds democracy and capitalism. But then their mind switches to Soviet mentality. It's like, but don't you dare having some different solutions and not value our very solid traditions that everything must be exactly the same way. Like that has been gone through all over the place.
Problem is people forget like how much of our traditions is actually like tradition and not fucking Soviet shit.
Yeah, but so some stuff is like for us here, for example, that's the midsummer thing. That's the natural stuff. We always do this. There's always some little thing that unites you after all. I mean, but we have tried to introduce other bullshit nonsense like they tried to make like special traditions for our restoration of independence nonsense and all this mess and just all in all how I try to explain this to people is that well look we've been over here in the Baltics we're like the get out we're like Shrek basically. This is our swamp, we love it, leave us be. We just we've been dealing with other people for so long that our natural introvertedness, because I'm considered extremely extroverted by Latvian standards. Our national introvert just wants to stay in our own land for a while, fix things up, do something, not be bothered. Yeah, basically that.
Yeah, like here, the Dutch culture has been somewhat entrepreneurial for quite a long time.
Oh, it was really shocked me. The fact that my aunt took me to the little miniature museum in The Hague where you have like everything in miniature.
Yeah, that one, Mature Dam.
It was really fun, except that I went through all the exhibits, but then there's one for kids that's about New Amsterdam and the English and everything. And holy shit, I did not know that you had such a gripe with the English. Oh my god, that was all basically...
We fought like 7 wars with them. The English are like our ancient rivals. It is definitely a big thing of Dutch history, yeah. The English and the Spanish are our big historical rivals.
Oh, look, we have... Ukrainian soldiers have made memes about the Shaheeds in Poland.
Thankfully, the Shaheeds got shot down.
Oh man, it's you will understand. Previously, back in my day, it was like, oh, Baltics, oh, you must all be Russian. Right now, I've reached the point where a bunch of Americans just tend to say, like now they mistake Balkans for Baltics, and there's a slight difference. For example, we over here actually kind of, we like each other. We're not about to shoot each other given the first opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, by now there's kind of, at least within Dutch liberal politics, and especially center-left liberal politics, beginning to emerge a bit of a factional divide where you have the pro-peace and the, well, Eastern-aligned blocks within at least the youth groups, and also beginning to emerge within the mother party, where you have basically one block that's like, yeah, but I don't want my children to live through another Cold War, and another block that is generally a lot younger, that has friends in, for instance, the Baltic states, and has, as a youth group, they try to maintain close ties to, for instance, going to have good ties with the Latvian embassy here, where we regularly exchange updates back and forth, and that kind of causes some tension sometimes, because I've noticed that people from Eastern Europe are a lot more, well, hawkish when it comes to Russia.
Look, if
For good reason.
Wait, look, okay.
Yeah, rightfully so. But
no, we also have extremely bleak situation there, because if you look at the global statistics, oh man, Latvians win on deaths by alcoholism, Estonians overdose on drugs, and Lithuanians just jump off buildings or something. Yay!
yeah.
Like I always tell the people who visit me, welcome to the eastern border. We have rain and misery. Important parts of our natural habitat. One thing though is that, I don't know, over here, by the way, Rob, he's about 20, and I've noticed that people who are in their early 20s are much more depressed and sad than we used to be. I don't even know.
Yeah, that's same here. Social media has really not helped.
Oh yeah, social media is I find that to be basically cancer. For one, I'm told to constantly use TikTok, but I refuse to have that shit installed in my devices. Just no.
Yeah, same. You'd be surprised also how radicalizing it can be.
Oh yeah, because this is very true. Because right now we have the same, like we have a bunch of, we also have our own very populistic parties. We have Einar Schlesser, some weird dude who gathered all the conspiracy theory people around him, and it's like these people. Like, what's the big harm here about the Soviet mentality is that we're not arguing is considered like impolite and such. So when it comes to our comment sections, it's only the crazies who leave all the comments because it's traditionally considered, oh, well, don't argue with people on the internet. But that leads to a reinforcing bubble where, someone who's, well, maybe just not informed, he goes there and he sees that if only the people who are radicalized leave their comments over there and no one argues against them, then obviously you start to think that everyone thinks that way. And that just makes the situation fucking worse.
Yeah, here I noticed that especially among like younger people, there is this grouping that I encounter a lot, and they fly mostly under the radar here because people don't notice it. But that will initially say, well, they're an anti-racist activist and an anti-imperialist activist, and then the moment Eastern Europe comes up, they'll use an ethnic slur for Ukrainians or Estonians or something.
Oh no! But wait, Estonians have an ethnic slur? What?
I don't know, but they somehow came up with something.
Look! I have friends living in Okay, we make jokes about Estonians. That's a famous thing. Everyone does that.
Oh yeah, we do it about the Belgians.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and we sometimes make fun of the Latvians. Not all the time, but we do.
I know. We are Zirga Galva by Lithuanian standards, and then we have Six Toes by Estonian standards. It's a thing, but I don't know. I can't imagine a word that I didn't know an ethnic slur at Estonians even existed.
Yeah, usually it boils down to something about calling them like backwards savages for rejecting glorious Soviet communism or whatever. It's
even though the funny thing is that they're probably the most technologically advanced of the entire former USSR.
Oh yeah, but they have other issues.
Like they're so technologically advanced that they're even more advanced than most of Europe.
Yeah, but they have other problems because one thing that they fucked up is that their most corrupt governmental institution is their wildlife center. So they've basically deforested their whole fucking country. They cut out and sold off all their national preserves and such. That's their big thing. And they also have much larger income disparity than we have in Lithuania and Latvia. Interestingly enough, yes, we also have Maxim. It's a staple. But over here, for a while, our politicians constantly use Lithuania as an example. Like people always use Lithuania as an example that the prices there are cheaper. But then the thing is, they're not.
Anyway, enjoyed podcasting. I gotta go.
I want to finish this one because I have to end up this whole stream and actually go see my wife. I was supposed to go to sleep 11 hours ago. That's a thing. But I want to. Oh yeah.
Anyway,
the final. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this one up by the best thing ever that the EU could ever state. You'll laugh, of course, but yeah, I think it was EU who just stated, "We express our extremely strong, deep, serious, and condemnatory concern."
Yes. That's just regular EU.
I mean, they're nice, and I've actually seen how lives actually have improved since when we joined, but I fucking hate that bureaucracy. But yeah, thank you for chatting, and I hope that, well, as much as I know, as much as I have tried to understand the whole missile stuff, we have seen Vatnik lies spreading. Pretty much you'll see in Delphi, your local Delphi or whatever media, all this nonsense about their weird theories, how all this stuff was faked, because everything was faked, everything's fake all the time. and all this stuff. But yeah, just to finish up the stream, we demolished their victory monument back when the war started, as it was built like in '85 for like the 40th anniversary, and we were supposed to pay the company that demolished it the copper that was inside it, because according to the plans, it had like a copper skeleton inside there. But as it was built in the Soviet era, it turns out it had less than 10% of the copper it was supposed to have. It was just a big, rickety, unstable bullshit. Again, it's so with everything. And also nice to have you, Braljukas, over here as well. Normally, I'm on various Discord forums. I'm not usually, seeing people from our end of the planet. If you ever decide to visit Riga, let me know. Beers on me. To everyone else, have a nice day, people. My wife is going to be angry, and I have an episode to publish. Happiness, as usual, is mandatory.
Yeah.
How do I close this stream? I'm new to this shit. I think I must end it here.